1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, hello, hello. Mic
Hello.
testing. Lovely.
Oh. Hello and welcome from Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, where we are here for the third T20 International of the Bank Al Falah presents Jazz series between Pakistan and New Zealand. Well, great to be back on pitch side. What a start for Pakistan. They won convincingly yesterday, whereas New Zealand, lots to reflect for them. I'm sure they'll be making a couple of changes, trying a few different things, and mainly looking to redeem themselves. Pakistan can improve further on this current performance that we saw yesterday, and can also try a few different combinations in terms of their batting orders as well as their bowling lineup. We'll have to find out later on which team is playing. But for now, in my studio, I've been joined by Waqar Yunus as well as the lovely Chris Harris. They seem to have a great round of golf today. And not they, actually. Waqar Yunus had a great round of golf today. Was it nice?
We beat them. We beat them. Me and Rouge beat them. Lisa and Chris.
How easy was it?
Not that easy. He's a very, very good player. But yeah, we were a little lucky.
All right, all right. Back to the cricket then. Waqar, Pakistan winning very comfortably. Any changes that you expect from this one?
Look, it's a little difficult one to sort of make changes so quickly. I know it's a short series. First game rained off. So do you want to make any changes? You can. I mean, if you want to just sort of try a few more players and see what they made of. And because we're just around the corner from the World Cup, so I don't mind him making a few changes.
All right. What about New Zealand? Do you think they'll be making any changes?
I think there might be a couple of changes. I don't think they'll make too many changes with the batting lineup. I think that'll remain the same, give these young guys another opportunity. I think, as New Zealand has done a lot in recent history, they'll change their fast bowlers a little bit. So they'll give the quick bowlers a little bit of a rest, even though it's T20 cricket, and maybe bring in another couple of seamers, because New Zealand have got lots of seam bowlers here.
All right. With the road to that T20 World Cup that we're looking at, it's all about combinations and securing those spots in that squad. So let's have a look at the expert predictions for now. Well, Pakistan is spoiled for choice when it comes to their fast bowlers. Waqar, what do you think? Who do you think is eventually going to make it in that T20 World Cup when you look at that bowling lineup?
Look, it's a rare occasion now, and I think Pakistan is very lucky. They're all playing cricket, apart from Haris Rauf. They're all fit and they're all ready to go. I hope he gets fit and he gets back into the team, and I think then that makes a Pakistan team bowling a really, really good. And I mean, it's going to be really, really tough for the selectors to who to leave and who to keep.
Haris Rauf?
I will keep him. I think he is definitely a match winner. He's quick, he's pacey, so I will definitely keep him, but, you know, with new selectors, who knows?
All right, you heard it from Waqar Yunus. Haris Rauf is part of his side, apart from the other bowlers. That was the expert predictions for you. All right, we're building up towards the toss and pitch report. We've got the third T20 on here between Pakistan and New Zealand. The crowd is building up nicely at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium. It always has, actually, regardless of whether it's a bilateral series or the PSL. They've come out in huge numbers to support their respective stars and players. We'll see you shortly on the other side for the toss and pitch report. Back on pitch side, and we're only moments away from the toss. There are two debutants actually for New Zealand. Yet to find out who the replacements are, who they've replaced actually, but it's Zach Folks and Will O'Rourke, fast bowlers. Both fast bowlers have been included in that squad for New Zealand. We saw that teams love to chase here on this particular round. We're ready with the toss. It's over to Bazid Khan, who's out there with the two captains.
Back-to-back games in the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, but doesn't matter because Rawalpindi is still buzzing. And it is toss time. I've got Babar Azam, Pakistan's captain, New Zealand captain Michael Bracewell, Andy Pycroft, the match referee. Babar has the coin. Give it a flip, please.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It's gone for a roll. Still rolling. Still going.
We'll have a poll. Thank you.
It is the tails. You're having a bowl, and why would that be, Michael?
Yeah, I think we saw last night, obviously, we probably predicted the surface would be a little bit better last night, so we'll see if we can sort of replicate the way that Pakistan went about it last night.
Is back-to-back games difficult, or is it better once you're coming off a loss?
Oh, they always talk about jumping back on the horse, so yeah, we're very excited to have another opportunity to learn from last night and take those learnings forward.
Do you have any changes to your squad?
Yeah, we have one change through sickness. Ben Lister is out from last night, and Josh Clarkson's still a little bit sick. So we've got two debutants today in Zach Folks and Will O'Rourke.
Wonderful opportunity. Good luck for the game, Michael.
Thanks so much. Cheers. All the best, mate.
Babar, you'll have to bat first. Yesterday was a difficult pitch.
Yes, I think today's pitch is much better than yesterday. So looking like a typical Pindi pitch. So after, if we win the toss, we have a bat first, and we're looking for 180, 190 because of every score is there.
We've got so many bowling options. Is that a bad thing because there's so many players to choose from?
Not bad thing. It's a good thing for Pakistan team, and we have always have a good bunch of players and bowling lineup. And sometimes I'm confused what time and which bowler I'm using, but I have a lot of options. So sometimes give me a confidence. So everyone, if I'm going give ball to everyone, and everyone is ready for ball.
Good thing is the crowd will look at you first because you're going to bat. Any changes to your 11?
Yes, we have one change. Ahmed is not playing. Abbas Farid is playing.
Thank you, and good luck for the game.
Thank you.
So the news out here in the centre is that New Zealand have won the toss and have elected to bowl first. Now look at the pitch. It is a different pitch, so a little bit more time because the covers came off earlier and it was rolled in slightly better. It still sort of doesn't look as if it's the typical Pindi pitch where it offers you bounce and carry and ball comes onto the bat. It should be good, but still the preparation which goes into making it a hard surface, the ground staff has been hampered because of so much rain. Look down at it and you look, there's a bit more, maybe a bit more dry grass on this, so just maybe the ball carrying towards the batter a bit more and maybe more shots being played. Overall, again, the creators have done a fantastic job to be able to produce this sort of surface. Hopefully this one comes on to the bat better, and it points towards that because they've had time to prepare it better.
Well, New Zealand electing to field first after winning the toss. One change for Pakistan, Waqar. Mohammad Amir has been rested.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. I think they just want to be a little careful, a little watchful and give guys an opportunity. It's good. I want to see Abbas also, how he delivers. He's played for Pakistan in the past, so he will not feel that pressure. So I think is a good change.
What do you think New Zealand needs to do then, Chris? There's a lot that they need to do, but anything in particular that you'd like to see from them today?
Yeah, we need a little bit more contribution from the newer players, but what I'd really like to see is the senior players step up, especially in the top order. We need Tim Seifert at the top to set the tone really for the younger players to follow. And then you've got the senior players, I guess, of Mark Chapman and James Neesham. They really have to stand up. But I'm really excited to see Will O'Rourke. All New Zealanders have seen him because he got 9 wickets in his first test last year against South Africa. and he's played obviously his debut in Tests and One Days. Now gets his T20 opportunity, and Zach Folkes is the other one as well from my home state in Canterbury, who's played for a couple of years. Wakawa like bowls in swingers to the right-hander and bowls very well to left-handers with the new ball. So really excited for him to get his debut today.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out how much purchase they can get from this wicket, because Bazit did mention the fact that this looks like a better wicket to bat on. We'll be taking a short break, and when we do come back, we'll be looking at the teams closely. Of course, we've got the crowd building up nicely as well. It's always a great atmosphere in Pindi. Time to take a short break. Be back just in a bit. Well, New Zealand winning the toss and they have elected to field first. A couple of changes there for them as well. Nice atmosphere here, as always in Rawalpindi building up. It's the last T20 international that we have here. And New Zealand have made 2 changes and there's 1 change for Pakistan, Waqar.
Yeah, we spoke about it and I think it's a good change. Amir bowled really, really well. You know what he offers, so it's good to try some young players. I would like to see Fakhr also in that side at some stage because he's a match winner, so you don't want to miss out on him. Get his form back and get him in the World Cup squad.
All right, we're looking at that number 5, number 6 spot that Waqar is talking about. We need a hater there, but what about New Zealand? 2 changes.
Yeah, 2 changes. Look, the top order remains the same. They've got to be better. The exciting news is the 2 debutants, Willow Rourke, which New Zealanders have seen a lot at, and Zach Folkes gets his opportunity. Of course, the late replacement for Adam Milne. They'll get to bowl first because New Zealand won the toss and bowling first, so can't wait to see those bowlers in action.
Well, speaking of fast bowlers, there's been an embarrassment of riches for Pakistan over the last few years. They've got the likes of Shaheen Shah Afridi. Mohammad Amir is also making a comeback. But there's one guy who sort of led the attack in the absence of Shaheen when he was struggling with that injury. I'm talking about none other than Naseem Shah. He's got skill, a very level head above those shoulders, and more importantly, super talented. Time to hear his thoughts now.
वापस कमबैक किए और काफ़ी मैचेस खेला हूँ बैक टू बैक PSL के मैचेस और जितने आप मैचेस खेलते जाते हो तो आपका वो रिदम और बॉडी की जो फिटनेस है वो बेहतर से बेहतर होती जाती है और कागोल का कैंप भी अच्छा रहा क्योंकि वहाँ पे ट्रेनिंग की है स्टेमिना पे काम किया तो आई थिंक ज़बरदस्त रहा सारे प्लेयर्स के लिए क्योंकि यही आपका लॉन्ग टर्म में काम आता है जब इस तरह के टाइम से आप गुजर के आते हो तो आप स्ट्रॉन्ग ही बन जाते हो क्योंकि आसान नहीं होता बहुत मुश्किल होता है आप क्रिकेट से दूर होते हो आपकी क्रिकेट के मैदानों से आपकी ट्रेनिंग उस तरह नहीं हो रही थी आपकी काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें ऐसे होती हैं जो आपको अचानक से आपकी स्टॉप हो जाती हैं और उससे जब निकल के आप दोबारा आते हो एक तो आपको टाइम मिलता है कि आप काफ़ी स्पेस आपको मिलता है कि आप उन सारी चीज़ों पे काम भी करो और अपने आप को एनालाइज करो कि क्या क्या चीज़ें जिस पे मैं काम कर सकता हूँ और बेहतर कर सकता हूँ क्योंकि जब आप रेगुलरली फिट और खेलते हो तो आपको इतना टाइम नहीं मिलता डे बाय डे आप हर चीज़ को इम्प्रूव करते जाते हो ऑब्वियसली जब आपके साथ भाई खेलते हैं आपको अच्छा भी फील होता है प्राउड भी फील करते हो क्योंकि आपके भाई होते हो और द सेम टाइम उतना प्रेशर भी होता है क्योंकि उनको भी अच्छा करना होता है आपके नाम से जुड़ना होता है वो अच्छे में भी बुरे में भी तो आई थिंक दोनों चीज़ें दोनों एक्सपीरियंस अच्छे रहे कि जब प्रेशर सिचुएशन में आके उससे अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है अच्छा हो रहा तो दोनों एंजॉय होते हैं देखिए ऑब्वियसली जब आप इंटरनेशनल सतह पे खेलते हो वो कोई भी खेल हो तो स्पेशली हमारे कंट्री में थोड़ी सी डिस्कशन ज़्यादा होती हैं क्योंकि जब बंदा कुछ कर नहीं रहा होता तो किसी न किसी को डिस्कस कर रहे होते और आपकी छोटी छोटी चीज़ों को भी देखते हैं लेकिन स्टार्ट में ये था कि जब आप नए नए आते हो तो आपको थोड़ा सा होता है कि आप चीज़ें बहुत ज़्यादा देखते हो सोशल मीडिया के और वो आप पे असर भी करते हैं और अभी भी ऐसा नहीं है कि कोई ये कहे कि सोशल मीडिया की चीज़ें हम देखते नहीं या उसको इग्नोर करते नहीं आपको इग्नोर तो नहीं कर सकते लेकिन आप देख के उसको कैसे मैनेज करते हो और किस तरह इग्नोर करते हो और किस तरह पॉजिटिव लेके और नेगेटिव को साइड पे कर सकते हो तो इसमें आपको टाइम लगता है
Well, he's definitely shown a lot of maturity in the last few years and has evolved as a fast bowler. Waqar, would you say that he is the best of the trio that Pakistan has had in the last few years?
Look, it is hard to say that because Shaheen on his prime was probably one of the best one, left arm ball coming back into the right-hander. But yes, if you ask me for a white ball cricket, I'll pick him because he has this beautiful action. Unfortunately, he's been injured a few times already in his short career. But I hope he stays fit for this World Cup because he's going to be a real force.
Fitness is extremely important. Now then, what are we looking at from New Zealand in terms of the target that they will be setting? Just in the conditions that we saw, Basit said it's a much better batting wicket.
Yes, I think the surface looks better and I don't think it will hold on the surface as much. So I don't think we'll see as many slower balls, which is great for the batsman because I think it will skid on and it will be good with that new ball. But New Zealand has to be very, very good with ball in hand. We've got 2 debutants who will be bowling probably at the top of the order. So we need early wickets. I would like to see New Zealand chase about 160.
All right, there you heard it. You know, they're obviously looking to score runs at the top. That's the one area that they were lacking in that last T20 international as well. We're taking a short break and we'll be bringing you all the action on the other side. New Zealand is batting first.
A full house in Rawalpindi were treated to a clinical display by the home team. Shaheen Shah Afridi soared high.
Rolled him. He's so good at the Yorker.
Comeback man Muhammad Amir showed he has not lost his vintage magic.
In the air, Amir with the wicket. So the home crowd get their wish.
Nazim Shah looked menacing.
Gone. Slow on once again. And Nazim Shah this time.
Even the spinners got into the demolition act to bundle out the Kiwis cheaply. After a few early blows, Mohammad Rizwan guided the team home to a comfortable victory.
Hello and welcome to Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium for the third T20 International in this Bank Alphala presents Jazz Pakistan versus New Zealand T20I series. We had a full house yesterday and back-to-back games, but makes no difference. Rawalpindi always turns up in their numbers. Every time you play here, you're guaranteed a massive crowd. First game, unfortunately, washed out. Second game, Pakistan won easily by 7 wickets. New Zealand now want to correct that. They want to go to Lahore 1-1. The pitch slightly better this time. The curators had a lot more time preparing it. Was under covers yesterday. Bit more time, not a lot of time, but a bit more time to be able to present a pitch which is harder and maybe a touch faster and a touch more bounce. At the toss earlier, it was Michael Bracewell who called correctly, and this time around he chose to field first. Pakistan with one change, Mohammad Amir being rested, rest and rotation policy that Pakistan have. Abbas Afridi, the young medium pacer who's done well in the HBL PSL recently. Have with me Lisa Staliker, New Zealand. Lisa.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 forced changes in the fact that both the Bens, Ben Lister and Ben Sears, have come down with illness. So it's a chance for Zach Fawkes and Will O'Rourke to come in. O'Rourke making his test debut, and Fawkes being the leading wicket taker in all 3 formats for Canterbury. But really the top order will need to fire for New Zealand. Their bowlers did an exceptional job, but they've got to strike straight away.
Somebody will have to lead from the front. Let's hear from the New Zealand captain.
Took the call from Gary and spoke a little bit about the games that I'd played coming back from injury, and then he mentioned that I was getting picked to play in the Pakistan series, and then from there he said, I've got some even better news, that you're going to be captaining the side. And it was a huge shock, obviously, coming back from a big injury layoff. As Kiwis, we always like to get in the fight and enjoy ourselves out on the field. One thing we do particularly well is we work as a team, and that's something that we're going to have to do really well over here. Obviously, coming up against a very strong Pakistan side, we're going to have to play as a team and do things as a team rather than just superstars standing up for this tour. I always loved cricket right from a very young age. I played with my brother in the backyard a lot, and the next door neighbour, we used to play some games together as well, and it was always very fun, and there was no pressure for me to try and make it as a cricketer or anything like that. My dad was very supportive of everything and made sure that I had a very good education and things like that along the way. And then I guess as I grew up, I realised that I wanted to play international cricket and be a cricketer, and with that, I guess the name added probably a little bit more hype, but I guess I don't really know any different. I've always had that name, so it's something that I've always been proud of representing my family and now to represent New Zealand on the international stages and continuing the family name is something that I'm very proud of as well. Yeah, obviously a lot of fast bowlers came out of Pakistan. I think Shoaib Akhtar is one that comes to mind. Always when he was bowling, it was exciting seeing him bowl the fastest ball in history. So I think he's someone that I sort of looked up to and was looking forward to facing someone like that. And Pakistan certainly have a few bowlers that bowl very quickly as well at the moment. So it's always a great challenge to come up against some of the best bowlers in the world. And Pakistan certainly has a great bowling attack.
Yeah, Michael Bracewell, he started off as a keeper and bowled a bit, but he's really come a long way. New Zealand need him, both with his bowling and batting. And especially in the subcontinent, he's a very dangerous player down the order. This series, we see him bat lower, so maybe that's just an indication where New Zealand actually want him to play. A very handy bowler as well. Now the leader of the pack, the opportunity for him to put his hand up, plagued by injury last year, but a very important member for New Zealand. Yesterday, well, New Zealand didn't really turn up. It was very good for Pakistan. They outskilled New Zealand with the ball. Shaheen Shah Afridi, Amir, Abrar, Shadab, the catching was good, and they utilized the conditions, and it was a difficult game for the New Zealand side. Now, back-to-back games, so not a lot of time to dwell on that. So maybe that's a good thing for New Zealand, just to be able to brush that off and try and make a match of it. The umpires for tonight, Ahsan Raza, very experienced umpire, his 76th game. With him, Asif Yaqub, his 19th men's T20I. Now Michael Bracewell and his troops will have to stand up. Lisa, it'll be difficult after yesterday, but the opportunity yet again, and looking at the big picture, everybody wants to get to that World Cup.
Yeah, it's a huge opportunity for both sides, for both squads, for individual players, just trying to almost cement their position, cement their place in the squad firstly, and then cement their place in the playing 11. A little bit different for New Zealand because so many players are away, but for Pakistan, they get to tinker and find out what is their best 11 and what is their best order. I think this is a huge opportunity tonight to kind of show the new brigade of how they're going to play cricket. And Saima, you obviously is the new generation of player. His strike rate is excellent. In the PSL, he was able to hit the most sixes, and I expect him to kind of show that kind of skill and that power here tonight.
Middle. Just right.
Sacked with the new ball.
Right and round.
Ball to the left-hander, so a slip in place. Interestingly, third in the circle. They've got a deep, almost a deep gully on the fence. But once Pakistan was sent into bat, the Rawalpindi crowd was very happy with that. They want to obviously see an innings or see Babar Azam up front, but right now it's going to be Saima Ayub to face the first delivery.
Play!
There we go. First delivery of the third T20I. Whipped away leg side straight away. The timing's good. The outfield's even better. Boundary to start the innings.
Exceptional timing. Ayub just literally meets the ball in the perfect position the wrists and the speed of his hands flick it away to the boundary.
Yesterday started off with the boundary too. But this looks as if the ball's coming on slightly, but only one delivery. A bit more bounce that time around. Struck him on the glove, I reckon.
Yeah, big moment really for Zach Folks. Mentioned that he plays for Canterbury. He actually, in the build-up, he's picked up some wickets in first-class cricket, 5 for 38, 3 for 54. Picked up 12 wickets in the Super Smash as well. And I noticed with Chris Harris when we went out yesterday and we were watching him, he kind of loafers in, and it's just all arm action. Kind of takes off initially, and then he gets into a very comfortable running style, and then it just seems to be all arm action. It does generate a decent amount of pace, over 130.
Barber with that cover drive doesn't get it in the middle this time around. A little bit of shape coming back in. He is making his debut. It's a huge game, a huge celebration for him, and then to be opening the bowling straight away. Maybe it's good that he's into the game in the very first over. Short ball, good direction.
One for the over. One for the over.
Yeah, we already saw yesterday, even though the fact that New Zealand weren't able to post a decent amount of runs, their bowlers and their fielders certainly stepped up. And they can set the tone of the match within this first 6 overs.
Swing back in, timing's good, fielding's good. But there is a bit of shape back in here. I think he gets the ball to nip back quite appreciably this time.
Almost like club cricket when you go there and you go, I'm not quite sure about who's coming into bowl. That's what New Zealand possess at the moment, a little bit of the unknown factor. So Bubba and Sima just going to have to work through it.
Gets it down to third, gets off the mark. For the first over done, it's 6 without loss. Pakistan with one change, Abbas Afridi into the mix. There's got so many bowlers in the squad at Pakistan that they can afford to chop and change, and also a bit of a headache for Babar Azam because there's so much quality, especially up front with the new ball. Jacob Duffy. He gets the new ball. Bit of experience in T20 cricket for him, over 100 games. Starting off with the solitary slip and a deep square leg and a third on the fan. And just hitting the deck. It seems as if New Zealand are just making sure they hit back of a length. Van Pulse, Jazz Van Pulse Moment, who was the captain of the New Zealand team in 2018 T20 series against Pakistan, Tom Latham, Kane Williamson or Tim Southey.
Well, they've all captained New Zealand at some point. Good luck to the fans picking that one. And Jacob Duffy, he actually bowled well last night. 2 overs, none for 7.
Short ball, is that a nick? That's gone, evaded the keeper. Ayub looks at Babar Azam. That was a quick delivery. He's given us runs, so it's definitely come off the bat or the glove. There's good pace.
Yeah, well directed. Yeah, glove. And it was in the hands of Tim Cypher and through as well, just because of that extra pace. 137.5 kilometres an hour. You're going to have to say that that's a drop, unfortunately.
Yeah, Tim Seifert would be disappointed because in normal proceedings he would have backed himself to take that. I think he's been done by pace. But this is good from Duffy. Straight away, back of a lane into the pitch. Duffy got an average swing of 1.3 degrees, which was better than all the other New Zealand seamers. They start off short of a lane, then he's been picked up, and picked up very well. Simon Ayub with the maximum.
Yeah, similar pace, but the line was the difference because it was down leg side. And Simon Ayub just comes in on the inside and helps it on its way. That's exactly what he was trying to do when he got glove onto it. This time found the middle of the bat and it sailed away.
Well, Simon Ayub, he's got to start 15 off 5. And he's going to pepper that square leg, fine leg area. Pace off, hits it through the offside. That'll race away.
Just the adjustment, unfortunately. Duffy, he couldn't go too straight, so he goes a little bit wider, rolls the fingers over, takes some pace off. But what that does is it just allows the ball to sit up. And with a bit of width on offer, the class of Simon Ayub's not going to miss out.
He wants to strike. He gets the strike. He gets a single off the last ball. It's 16 off the second, 22 without loss. Simon Ayub lighting up Rawalpindi at the moment. That folks, round the wicket, slow one. Missed out, that is his area. He loves just working the ball leg side over fine leg and square leg. That is one area that he's so good at. But as per usual, Simon Ayub, talked about the next generation, you talked about players being able to up that strike rate straight away, and he's one of those players. Might be given a wide, he'll have to re-bowl that. And with these type of players, sometimes, especially in Pakistan, they don't give them enough leeway. You've got to be patient with them because they play high-risk cricket. And every time they walk out, they're looking for boundaries. They're looking for those big hits. 21 sixes in the power play in 2024. So he's sort of player who'll take the bowling on. And he'll get boundaries. That'll drift it down leg, and it just helped on his way.
You said it. Anything straight on the pad, like most left-handers, let's be honest. It's almost a free hit, and he's able to get value for his shots as well. You talk about those sixes. The amount of fours that he hit in the PSL was only 27. You look at Babar Azam, 63 fours and only 12 sixes. I'll come back to that because that's important. We just seem that the T20 game keeps changing a lot, and we're starting to see like probably the most explosive players at the moment, Klaasen from South Africa. He's actually, this year, he's hit 34 fours and 62 sixes. So it gives you an idea that this next generation are actually thinking, no, I've got to go bigger. I've got to hit more sixes than fours.
Inside edge. Oh, he's given him. Ehsan Raza reckons that was out. He'll go upstairs straight away. That's Saim Ayub.
TV umpire to director. We have a play review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I have checked feet. It's a fair delivery. Let's start with the front on spin vision, please. Appears to be bat involved. Let's confirm with the ultra edge, please. Yes, just freeze it here. I can see there is a big spike when ball next to the bat. Satisfied? Go back to the on-field. Ehsan, I recommend you overturn your decision out to not out. You are on screen now.
Yeah, huge edge. Saim Ayub, therefore, going upstairs straight away. He knew that he had hit it. The folks round the wicket, and first over there was a bit of swing. I don't think there's any more swing. He's just angling back, so has to be precise. Yeah, about there. Elisa, just going back to your point, 25% of all T20 runs this year have been scored in sixes, which is an improvement on all those previous years. So definitely a change in the sport, a change in T20 cricket, and I'm a big advocate of saying that this format is totally different to the others too. This is absolutely one which differs completely to the other two. So you have to look at it extremely carefully and differently. Slow one, too slow, too short. Babar helps it on its way. That's another boundary. Pakistan motoring, 32 without loss after 3.
He just had to count to 100 first, didn't he? He got into position and the ball just never came. Leg cut up, but he was in such a good position that he was able to adjust. And that's the most important thing as a batter. Get a good stable base, and from there you can go. And Bubba is away now. He finds his first boundary.
And 25 of 12, Saim Ayub. Captain brings himself on. Michael Bracewell got rid of Babar Azam yesterday. He's going to bowl from round the wicket. He does get a lot of bounce because he bowls very high action, does Michael Bracewell. He slows it up. There's only one way that Saim Ayub is viewing these boundaries.
Why not? He's already hit 4 fours and a 6. I think he wants to cash in on a few more sixes.
Oh, bit of turn.
Excellent boy, excellent boy.
Nicely bowled.
Nice jump.
This is a good matchup. Michael Bracewell very clever with the changes of pace, and he knows that Saim Ayub is going to come at him. Change in field. Mid-off goes back. Long on in the circle. There, hits extra cover. Beautifully played. Just pops it over the top to the fence.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea from Bracewell. Bring up mid-on because the ball is starting to turn, and invite him to go against the spin. Saim Ayub is much better than that. He just stays leg side and goes with the spin even more. That vacant offside area. Very clever batting.
Quick single as well. Saim Ayub motoring. As Pakistan 37. Babar has just scored 5. 30 for Saim Ayub. So you see how these two work so well together. Saim in the power play be the aggressor. Babar will, if he gets going, try and get runs up front, but normally he just works around with Saim Ayub and then builds his innings. Make sure Saim gets the strike back. And while that happens, it's the time for the Tapal Tea moment in the Tapal Tea Lounge. Pakistan's #1 tea. Michael Bracewell with a very good over so far, just 6 off. He wants to close this out. Into the stumps, he cuts it. That's a good over. That's a really good over from the skipper. Pakistan 38 without loss. Willorow. Another one of those debutants. First delivery. Babar Azam. Goes into the pitch. Babar just works it away. It's back to Saim Ayub. Saim Ayub so far has been the danger for New Zealand. 5 boundaries and a 6. And a big game for Willorow. There's plenty of new faces, but you always remember your first game. There'll be plenty of nerves right now as he runs in.
Yeah, teammate as well of Zach Folkes from Canterbury. As I mentioned, made his test debut this year against South Africa, then got to play against the Australians. And they're all nice and tall down there in New Zealand, aren't they? Tall and lanky. They bowl with some heat. Up 12 wickets in the Super Smash. His economy was just over 7. So he's had some success just recently in T20 cricket. International cricket is a different level, especially here in Pakistan.
A swing and a miss, and he swung himself and his helmet off his head.
He's actually very lucky that it didn't fall off his head and onto the stumps. Well, he's not going to die wondering, is he? Whoops. Lost his footing, lost his helmet.
Yeah, the good thing that he was down the track, so even the helmet was quite far off from the stumps. But that's a good delivery, though. He just hit the seam. Talked about these tall bowlers. They're certainly hitting the deck. And get put down. There's protection there.
And just going on to the conversation about the T20 game and it changing so much, we're also starting to see teams when they're batting first, you don't necessarily have one person that bats throughout the innings. Maybe more so in chasing, because you need someone, the rock and the firepower around and keep that required run rate down. But when you're setting, it's almost like go as hard as you can for 20, 30 deliveries. See how many you can get.
Babar hits this one way in front of square. Almost past mid-on. Picked the length up very quickly. Boundary.
That's in his hitting arc. Yes, it's on the up. It's not a genuine half volley. but he just sees it and he muscles the ball into the gap. This is exactly what Babar Azam needs, and Pakistan, both of them flying. This is where Pakistan need to be posting 160, 170 plus.
Yeah, even more. As you heard Lisa, it's a say no to the anchor in T20 cricket. You want somebody who can anchor and hit the ball. Just into the onside, just the single. So after 5, Pakistan 45 without loss.
Pakistan flying with this start, put into bat, 45 for no loss. Goes over and gets enough. Brings up the team 50 as well, and he's clocked one out of the boundary as well.
That was an angry shot. I think he's still hurting from yesterday. Babar Azam got stumped. This time he cleaned it up very nicely. Beautiful hit. Lovely 6 over mid-on.
Yeah, he decided to use his feet in that dismissal yesterday. Bracewell just enticed him down the track with a little bit of air. This time swing through the line from the crease.
This pitch definitely much better than last night, what we saw. A little bit more in it for the fast bowlers. I don't think the faster men have justice to the pitch. They just bowl all over the place, too short, too wide. And Saim Ayub was up for it.
Oh!
This now happens to be Pakistan's first 50 opening stand this year. The 7 innings now in T20 international for them. So obviously trying different combinations. Saim 32 from 21. The partnership now 53 and in good speed, good time. That's nicely done.
Well, that's what you're going to get from the Kiwis. They'll throw themselves around. They'll make sure they don't give easy runs. You got to hit a clean shot to go through. Lovely fielding.
And just pushed mid-wicket back onto the 30-yard circle. And he works that gap quite nicely. Babar Azam, 9 of Bracewell's second over, 54 for no loss. End of the power play. Pakistan will be very happy. They've struck at 9 runs and over to get their 54. And in comes the most experienced campaigner, Ish Sodhi. Can he extract a little bit of turn on the surface? crowd have thoroughly enjoyed themselves. How about a big smile, gentlemen, for a Vigotel crowd selfie moment with their smartphone? Serious, okay? Too serious.
Yeah, normally when they're taking selfies, you see teeth, that's what you want to see.
That's miscued and carries. Comfortably taken by Jimmy Neesham. Experience of Ish Sodhi, well, he's got one.
Well, Bracewell realized very quickly that it's not the pacer's pitch right now. Take some pace off, bring the spinners on. He himself bowled well, and then now Ish Sodhi in his first over, picking up a main wicket, a very, very big wicket. Saim Ayub, who is playing extremely well, gone for 32 now. And Ish Sodhi breaking this partnership of 55. Gone for 32, 55 for one.
Got 45 in the previous game. He's creeping into 100 T20 international games as well. Very experienced Mohammad Rizwan. And he's come out at a very good time. Pakistan openers have set the platform. And it's important in this phase in particular, Vakar, especially after the 6 overs, you don't want the run rate to drop too far down below. As the point Lisa was making earlier on as well, that with the brand of T20 cricket evolving, a lot of teams are now moving away from that one anchor or one batter to bat through and everybody bats around it. They don't mind for everyone to go hard at it. Oh, cut away. Off the mark, Rizwan.
Well, early days in the T20s, back what, 15 years ago, 130 was good enough. This is how Saim Ayub got out. I think he was just aiming to hit onside, and then he saw the ball moving away from him and couldn't really control the shot. So modern day, nowadays, I mean, those 130s, 140s are not the score will win you games. Now you need more than that. You need 160, 170 minimum. That's what teams aim for, and strike rate of 120, 130 doesn't exist anymore. You have to be somewhere around 140 plus.
That's a really nicely timed stroke. Perfectly bisecting the two fielders as well. He picks up a boundary. It was a chase on from long on and cover, but nicely timed.
Yeah, a little bit more flight, but too full. It was a googly and beautifully judged by Rizwan. The fielder at the deep was way too fine, a big gap to play that shot.
Just keeping a little low the ball every now and then. 7 of Sodhi's first and the wicket. 7 done, 61 for 1. A couple of things we keep talking about. Babar, yes, right up there with the best in the business. There's obviously plenty of chatter around strike rates. He's not the one who completely belts it out of the park. And he's had his fair share of trouble against spin bowling. Let's have a look at most wickets in T20 national career. 4th on the list is Sodhi. With the wicket of Saim Ayub, he's jumped to 134. Nicely directed and equally well played. Babar actually plays that shot really well, waits for the ball to come on and opens the face quite late. Now we're talking about Babar, he might be one of the best in the business, but he does have his fair share of trouble against spin. 137 against the pace, 49 average, and a bit of a step down from there, just striking at 120 against the spin. And in the previous global tournaments we saw leg spinners, especially the googlies, trouble him, or even the quick off spinners. Rashid Khan picked him up a couple of times. Adil Rashid, Hasaranga. The collective strike rate eventually comes down a bit. It's really well bowled. You said there's something in the wicket for the seamers as well.
Aruj, this is what they should have been doing with the new ball. That length, just drag the batsman on the front foot, let the ball do the talking, hit the seam. Look, although the ball is a little older, this is what we are into the 8th over, but still off the surface, it's moving a touch. And Rizwan's feet didn't go anywhere. It was a good pacey delivery, good length. That's what they need to do more often.
Coming back to our discussion where most teams are evolving into hard-hitting batters all the way through. It's confirmation that that ball will have to be re-bowled. The crowd cheers also because it will be a free hit. They took the single, so Babar Azam does come back on strike. And that means Bracewell can move his fielders around. So now 3 fielders on the leg side boundary. Mid-on falls back onto long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Protection on the square boundary offside as well. I'm sure they'll check that, but there was nice work on the boundary. It was there to be put away. I think Babar will feel he missed out.
Yeah, he tried to hit it too hard. With the pace which Aurora possesses, you don't really need to hit it hard, just got to time it. Brilliant fielded in the deep. Yeah, that's fine. Not touching the skirting, so saved a couple of runs there. Every run's going to be crucial in this game.
That's another swing and a miss. It's also an area that oppositions seem to exploit against Rizwan because of, when we speak about the lack of feet movement, and most often gets caught on the crease with that line outside the off stump. And a couple of deliveries in the right area here from Will have just troubled Rizwan. They'll be happy with the 190. I think it's probably not quite there on this surface.
Very clunky noise. Normally this length, Babar looks to go sort of extra covered, just pure timing. I think the pace is troubling these two. That last delivery, almost 145 clicks. Yeah, the feet didn't go in a proper place to play that cover drive.
Consistently over the 140 mark here. Once again. Oh, and that's gone through. Probably just be the one. Long on comes around to clean up. It's a really good over. Just the 6 off. 8 done, 67 for 1.
Well, that's the seamers tonight, the New Zealand seamers. They bowled over the wicket, around the wicket. For my liking, this is way too short. 41% will way halfway on the pitch, and then even the fuller delivery which they bowled, especially with the new ball, I felt the good length was more of like a 7 meters. Yeah, that's we're talking about the lengths of the faster boys. They're young. They have not played enough cricket at the international level, so one can say that the inexperienced fast bowling is being shown. But I feel on this pitch, you've got to be more toward the 6 meter, 7 to 6 meter, and hit that length with tall fast bowlers. I think they missed that trick. They were way too short, and Saim Ayub played beautifully those short deliveries.
Yeah, just to add, the line didn't help as well. Saim loves that pickup shot off his hips. Even with the fuller delivery, he clips it around his legs, so he made use of those deliveries bowled to him. We're talking about Ish Sodhi, 134 T20 wickets, 4th highest wicket taker in men's T20 international cricket. Oh, this field too full, too straight to cut.
Yeah, it was never there, wasn't it? I think it was pre-planned. He thought he's going to get a short delivery, so his weight was on the back foot. This was way too close to cut. Could have easily chopped that one on.
It sets up a really good contest here. Oh yeah. He's gotten away with that. You're not a leg spinner till you don't bowl one of those.
That's pretty true, actually. I've never bowled, but I've seen a lot of right-arm leg spinners, especially when you're young, when you have not played enough cricket. But Ish Sodhi has played a lot of cricket.
I wasn't aiming to say anything to Ish Sodhi, just putting my own hand up. Bowled a few along my career, and it just happens. It gets stuck in your fingers. Comes out a horrible long hop, and most of the times goes over the boundary. Very lucky there. Ish Sodhi went straight to deep backward square.
Aruj, you played what? More one-day cricket? You have not played many T20 cricket, and I hardly played T20 cricket.
This time pierces the gap. Another one of those deliveries that can be put away. And it's when it's against to Babar Azam, well, he can do it with his eyes shut.
Well, Aruj, I have to say that this was proper pious with ice cream on top. Way too short. Babar could have picked any gap he wanted. Played it down, safe shot.
Coming back out to how the advent of T20 cricket, I just played 9 T20 internationals, how the games evolved from even then. You made the point earlier that earlier on 130 was 135, 140 was a good score. And you look at some of franchise cricket teams are eyeing 300, 250, 260s are not enough, albeit the surface taken well into consideration. Oh, brilliantly fielded. Oh, they've thrown it away. They've thrown that single away. It was brilliantly done. 8 of the over 9 done, 75 for 1. $75 for 1. And Jacob Duffy now back into the attack. It's another really good delivery. In the meantime, the new stronger Pepsi official drink partner. क्या कमाल है वकार भाई, वाह.
I will let you know once I have one.
Yeah, coming back to the point of where we're talking about teams now moving on from not having that one or two batters play the cement role, or at least like bat as much through the innings. Pakistan still, I feel, playing catch up to that brand of cricket, and why it gives me a little bit more hope with us being right up there is with Saim Ayub and Usman Khan. I feel they are both sort of bring that kind of brand of cricket which comes to them naturally. So it'll be interesting where they eventually fit in this batting lineup. Oh, deft touch, beautiful. Control of Babar Azam's bat, quite special.
Well, to start off, I don't think Babar was thinking of playing the ball toward third man. He was coming down the pitch. He was thinking to hit him maybe down the pitch, but saw the length, saw the pace, and he said, okay, I'll use that pace. And why not? Beautifully played. Played it late and played it very, very fine.
Just to close out on the discussion, we did put up that graphic yesterday's game that Pakistan in the history of T20 cricket have only produced one batter who scored at over a strike rate of 140, and that was Shahid Khan Afridi. And all other teams, we were 8th on that list. The next team above us had 5, 6 and 7 players striking at over 140. I just feel Saim and Usman, given the long run, have that ability to do so, and that's what Pakistan needs. Shadab also is second on that list, just slightly behind the 140 strike rate, but he bats too low down in that Pakistan lineup. But he's another one who's closing. You need somebody up that order, make use of the first 6 overs, get Pakistan ahead of the game with the bat.
Look, it is not that easy to change the mindset of players. You're born with it. Wide. So, you know, you've got players who've been playing T20 cricket for a while now, and we have seen in the PSL and even in the domestic tournament that the players are following certain players who play this brand of cricket which is required. And I feel in the coming times, maybe a couple of years, 2 years, 3 years, you will see more players coming through and playing that brand we're searching for. Just a little nudge down the leg side to pick up single 84 for 1 after 10, and I guess it's going to be drinks.
item over.
Well, Pakistan in a very strong position at the moment. 84 runs, just the 1 wicket down off the 10 overs. And the skipper of New Zealand brings himself back on. And gets a wicket. First delivery, straight after the drinks break. How many times do we see that? And Babar Azam falls to spin once again.
Oh, wonderful for Michael Bracewell. Skipper straight after the drinks break, wide and slow. Babar Azam couldn't resist, saw the width through the hands and a comfortable catch. Duffy at backward point, just what New Zealand needed. Wonderful platform for Pakistan, 84 for 1 at drinks as Babar Azam on his way for 37. Pakistan now 84 for 2.
Center. Item over.
Usman Khan, a recent player to make his debut for Pakistan. What a wonderful story, and gets his opportunity.
Look at the wicket again, just width. Normally loves width, Babar Azam, but got to take my hat off to Bracewell. Was a little bit slower in the air and it just spun, held in the surface a little bit. Wonderful piece of bowling after the break. Just what New Zealand required.
And a nice deft touch. Just the single. Usman Khan, when he bats in that top 3, he actually averages 49. When it's outside the top 3, he just drops down slightly to 21. And obviously coming into this Pakistan side that seems to be a little bit more settled, or even though they are kind of changing that opening partnership, I still reckon they're trying to figure out where the right spot for him might be. And it might not be a number, it might be just an over. How many overs do they want to give him to bat?
I love his intent. As soon as he gets to the crease, he's busy, looks to score from ball 1. This one works into the leg side, looking for 2, and they'll get there comfortably. Good piece of running between these two. Ian Bracewell's 3rd over. Here's figures of 1 for 20 in Pakistan. Sorry, still a ball to go, Lisa. I was just hoping from New Zealand's point of view it was the end of the over because it's been a good one. 89 for 2. Usman looks so good when he can't. He loves cutting. So strong. Any width, creates width as well.
Just the single to end the over. It's 90 for 2. Just to reiterate the point that I was making, top 3 PSL, he batted in the top 3. He did exceptionally well. Oh, the average strike rate, hundreds as well. And then the ILT20 back in the UAE, just outside the top 3. And the T20 bats outside the top 3. The numbers are a little bit lower, as you might expect as well. Will O'Rourke into his 3rd over. A little misfield and they'll scamper through for 1. And just looking at Usman Khan's strike rates in the different phases in the PSL. First 6, 141. In the middle overs, 166. And right at the death, 185. So he's the only one out of this Pakistan squad that throughout the PSL scored over 140 in all of 3 phases. He's the type of player that they need.
Oh, single to the deep square leg. Hence the reason I think they've selected him. What a great side note for the selectors to say, well, here are the stats. You're going to pick me. You're going to pick me in the top 3. And here's the fan pulse question. Who was Pakistan's captain for the 2023 Pakistan vs New Zealand T20 series? That's the Jan Buzz fan pulse question.
It's all right, jet lag has got you. It's all right. We'll help you out. Nice and full. Well fielded off his own bowling. You see earlier as well, New Zealand trying to really go back of a length, weren't they? And it was fairly effective. And now they're changing the pace, and every now and again they're going full. Do you like that idea?
Yeah, I like mixing it up. You know, when there's not a lot of swing, and there hasn't been a lot tonight, you've got to mix up your pace. That's one of the weapons that you can use. We saw Pakistan use it so effectively in the second T20. I would have liked to see New Zealand bowl a little bit fuller with the new ball, just with a little bit of swing. I felt we got a little bit too short, and that played into the hands of the Pakistan and took away one of our weapons, which is swing.
Cut in the air. It really did cloth it, so just the single. Do you think, you know, given the fact that there isn't a Trent Bolt, you know, those traditional swing bowlers within this bowling lineup, that length is going to change?
Yeah, a little bit. If you don't swing it, generally a little bit shorter, but I think Jacob Duffy and Zach Folkes as well both swing the new ball, and I just thought they were a little bit nervous, and unfortunately for the second time tonight, Will O'Rourke has overstepped the mark. It's one format of the game, you just can't afford to do that with 3 hits. It's a tough enough game for bowlers when you're on a good surface, and then to give the batsman basically these 3 options so you can't get out, swing for the heavens, especially to Usman as well, who is very good at hitting from ball 1.
They can change the field, so third comes up and fine leg goes back on the boundary. And a full toss. And again, hit high on the bat. Probably saved New Zealand there.
Yeah, generally if he does overstep and has to bowl a no-ball free hit, he generally looks for that full Yorker. It's been so impressive since he's made his debut in all formats now. This is his debut for T20 cricket, but in Test, I thought you talked about it earlier, Lisa. 9 wickets against South Africa, a record for New Zealand in your debut. Oh, magnificently. And this will be another no ball, I'm pretty sure, for height. It's very high to Rizwan. Certainly looked from our angle as over waist height. Second no ball free hit. Always tough to hit that height no baller when it's coming at 140 Ks. Rizwan did well.
Yep, and it's the first warning as well. He can't afford to bowl another one, otherwise he will be off.
Well, unless he wants a rest. If he bowls another one, he's to get a forced rest, because it'll be the second one in the spell. You can only bowl the one.
Only 4 overs. I think the bowlers can manage 4 overs. He doesn't need a rest. He'll want to get it right. Wonder if there's dew or sweat or nervousness as well coming into it. He's gone for 20 already. Free hit. And just gets it over the inner circle. Oh, scamper for 2. And 100 is up for Pakistan. Just the sound off the bat doesn't sound as crisp, does it? There's been quite a few.
No, there's a lot of batsmen that find him very hard to pick up. He's obviously 140 plus, so he's already difficult, but it's the height and his ability to change pace. I was talking to Daniel Vittoria, the Australian slow bowling coach, and he said all the Australian batsmen were saying they felt like he was really quick, genuinely quick, and they had to hurry to get into their stroke.
Finds the deep fielder. So a long over due to a few no balls, 11 runs off it, 101 for 2. You can see that Pakistan have just slowed down a little bit. They've lost 2 wickets since the power play and scored less runs, 47. Balls for 2. I think that's wishful thinking. And they had 3 extra deliveries as well. But one thing is for sure, you want to make sure you get to the Tapal Tea Lounge. It's Pakistan's #1 tea.
Very nice too.
He really does look for that cut shot. He just sits back, waits and waits and waits, and almost takes it out of Tim Cypher's gloves.
But often plays it on length as well. And not afraid to hit it from the stumps. Just gives himself room. So good through that area. Just another thing the bowler has to think about.
So how is New Zealand picking up another wicket here?
Just through a little bit of pressure, I think. Usman's going to be extremely aggressive. I think Rizwan's going to look to bat through as we see he's not sure if he just got hit then. Just going to ask for a little bit of attention. Sort of feel you just got to squeeze a little bit and force a mistake. You don't feel it's the type of wicket that you're going to bowl that ball that's going to Pasod anyway, pitch and turn and hit the top of off. So you've got to try and force the batsman to play a shot they don't want to. Try and bowl some dot balls. Been watching Ash Sodhi quite a lot, and I think he's working on another variation where he runs in a little bit quicker and just tries to skid it through and slide it. And we've seen, I think Yunus talked about him bowling a few short, long hops, and that's him trying to bowl that quicker one. But I like the fact that he's just always trying to develop.
New Zealand won the toss and elected to field first, and Pakistan came in, and they were actually able to have their best opening combination probably for the last 5 or 6 games. 55 runs coming from that, and the 2 wickets that fell. Ayub trying to go big. He wanted to get more maximums, but in the end found Jimmy Neesham out in the deep. Ash Sodhi maybe getting away with a bit of a long hop.
It's the way you'd expect to get him out as well. It's the way he plays. And then Babar Azam just got the whip that he was after, but it was slower from Bracewell because of his height. Just gets that nice little bit of drift away and a wee bit of bounce. And an outside edge from Babar Azam. And a big wicket for New Zealand at an important time.
And the bowling card for New Zealand. Duffy, most expensive, but I think actually all of the New Zealand bowlers have been able to bowl well. There have been times that they've been able to create some opportunities, play in misses, good amount of dot deliveries. just with Bracewell, you talk about that extra bounce, that top spin over the ball, and you'll see it actually kick up a little bit more. You're right, took pace off, and he got a little bit of purchase. The seam is perfectly positioned to angle back into the keeper. It looked like it was going to be a wide, but in the end turned back in. And again, Babar Azam falls to spin and falls to Michael Bracewell.
Yeah, I think I'm really impressed with his captaincy. He's been out of the game for a year, so just to come back into international cricket is a little bit nerve-wracking, but then to lead as well. So he's one guy that's pretty relaxed, and he's found form reasonably quickly back at this level.
And Mohammad Rizwan, after all of that, has limped off. Irfan Khan Niazi comes in.
So to answer your question, how are they going to get the wicket? They're going to get him out retired hurt. So another wee opportunity for New Zealand to squeeze.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what happened. Was it the ball that hit him, or he just pulled twinged a little bit of a muscle? I felt like every time he runs through, he keeps trying to decelerate at the other end, trying to protect his body to some degree. And gone. Great catch by Duffy out in the deep. Again, hit high on the bat, something that we've seen regularly from the Pakistan batters. And this time, the big hitter of Usman Khan, he departs.
Yeah, brilliant from Sodhi. It's been excellent in the series so far. This is another momentum shift for New Zealand. Big wicket. Usman's just come to the crease, but he's a dangerous player. And the delight and Bracewell in Sodhi's face. Usman Khan on his way back for 5. And Pakistan, 104 for 3.
Well, slight change in the order. Shadab Khan coming out in the middle. It was supposed to be Iftikhar Ahmed, but Babar Azam just saying, please hold. Out you go. We need some runs. He was a player of the tournament. 105 for 3. $105 for 3. And New Zealand have pulled this back nicely. Zach Folkes. Edged. It was meant. It was guided down there. But maybe at some point Shadab Khan just had his heart in his mouth.
Yeah, just a little bit too much width from Folkes. Shadab Khan, the benefit of the doubt, he was sort of trying to run it down. He got it a little bit finer than he was hoping, but good result. It's about 4. Wonderful shot from Shadab. There's no run. Folks looking to bowl full. Yeah, it's been an excellent comeback from New Zealand. 84 for 1 at 10 after 10 overs. Pakistan looking for 180 to 200. New Zealand will feel as though now they bowl well. They should keep them comfortably under 200.
Goes up and over and fine enough as well. This is clever batting. And this is the reason why he was elevated in the batting order.
I was going to say, it's already justified Babar Azam's decision. Sharafin won earlier. So proactive and innovative. 2 boundaries to third man, 1 off the front foot. And that was a clever bit of batting. Not bad bowling from Folks.
Shadab Khan, T20 internationals for Pakistan. He actually strikes it at 137. He just doesn't necessarily get the opportunities. It's coming late in the order and has to go hard. But to give you an idea as well of what he did in the Pakistan Super League. He scored 305 runs and struck it at 142, and no doubt there were plenty of little scamperings of 2 that happened throughout that tournament. He looks busy already.
Yeah, 11 already from 5 balls. He's a boundary finder and also, as beautifully demonstrated there, very good runner between the wickets. Another great indication, soft hands, comfortable single, good communication between these 2.
And just to highlight as well that he doesn't necessarily get the opportunities in T20 international cricket. He's played 95 games and he's only batted 44 times, yet he still has a strike rate of 137. I like this idea, and we heard that Pakistan were going to experiment with their order. 118 for 3. Sodhi to continue. He's been very clever with what he's been able to deliver so far. 2 for 19. Variations in pace and his delivery as well.
He's such a wicket taker. I like the fact that he's going to bowl his last over. 1 more wicket here for New Zealand. In a very strong position.
Straight down, just 1 bounce straight to the fielder. And really trying to target that side screen straight behind the bowler.
It's that stage of the innings as well. You just can't sit on any bowler. You've got to target every bowler and every delivery. Just 5.4 overs remaining. Pakistan got to make the most of every delivery. And lots of aggression.
I wonder if he's going to experiment with that little slider on out, kind of skids on through. He's bowled a couple of long hops potentially with that. Got 3 deliveries left to finish out his spell. Goes big, it goes straight up and put down. That is something that we don't see from New Zealand. Cole McConkey out there.
He was a very good fielder as well. Normally very good under the high ball. Just constantly moving. Always tough when you're running at full speed. And he'll be disappointed though. Sets himself very high standards. dangerous player to drop as well.
I actually thought he picked it up really well, and you think back to last night as well, he did take a catch, but he put his foot on the Toblerone. Fans aren't happy.
Nice to see a couple of Kiwis in the audience.
And this time a lot flatter by Irfan. And that finishes off Sodi's 4 overs. It's 124 for 3. Yeah, short. Unfortunately, not the length that Sodi was looking for. There's too much time, and the long levers of Irfan Nazi puts it away.
Duffy with almost the perfect Yorker, just punched down the ground. Now the business end. Shadab obviously with the license. Irfan Khan Niazi, we know he's very attacking, but can Pakistan finish? Just after that initial power play, just slowed down in those middle overs. Now they have to up the ante again. Probably targeting 180. The official mobile handset partner, Vigotel Mobile. Not too sure which side will be happy with 126 of 15 overs. By the start that Pakistan got, you would have expected them to be maybe 15, maybe 20 runs in the areas, sort of 148 maybe, 150 at this moment.
Yeah, assessing the pitch, I feel there may be 15 runs short where they probably wanted to be, but don't forget that those middle overs where they were trying to consolidate. Good delivery, very, very good delivery. It's been a mixed bag for the fast bowlers, I must say. They couldn't really find the length, and then in the middle over, the spinners bowled really well. And they also did well, they kept on picking out wickets. This is a young bowling attack, so expect those odd bad delivery from them, but they definitely got potential. Pakistan need to get somewhere around 180, 185.
Back of the hand, slow one, so no timing, just a single with that deep cover fielder. This has been a really good over, just 4 runs off the first 5 deliveries. Duffy want to close this over out without conceding a boundary. In conversation with Michael Bracewell on where the deep fielders should be positioned, where is he going to execute this last delivery. Shadab, he likes batting up the order, but very seldom in this Pakistan unit gets that chance. Pulls it and pulls it big time. That's gone all the way. So the over ruined. Shadab with the maximum, 134 for 3.
Yeah, looking to cut the pace and got the length wrong. It was once again a slow delivery, but way too short. And Shadab was just waiting for it. He hits that so nicely. 92 meters. He was sent in front of Iftikhar just to do this job, what he's doing right now.
Michael Bracewell into his last over now. Irfan Khan Niazi, well, he tries to take the spinners downtown. Bracewell will know that. Like that, that is punched away and it sails away. That is his go-to and magnificent down the ground.
Just a perfect timing of coming out to the crease. It didn't allow Bracewell to think anything. He bowled the length which he wanted to, but look at the way he just coming down the pitch and just creaming it over mid-on. Superb hit.
This is very good. 36, the partnership of just 21. Irfan will keep on coming. Goes wider. Clever bowling. Just a single this time around.
I think those 15-20 runs which we were talking about in the previous over, that they may be short. Those couple of sixes have recovered somehow. So Pakistan should get to 185, maybe more.
And bounce turn. He gets a lot of bouncers, Michael Bracewell. Clever operator, but he's got this ability to extract bounce.
Look at how the seam comes down and the bounce he gets off the surface. You don't see too many bowlers bowling over spin. And then he uses the crease. He bowls wide at times. This time he's gone a little too far. Bowled wide. He's bowled well. 1 for 29. And he's bowled at difficult times.
Oh, that has been smoked out of the ground. Shadab Khan gets a bit of that, and it has been delivered in the crowd.
Pakistan on the roll now. They've made up their mind. They're going after everything. They've got wickets in hand, and that's the way to go now. Lovely hit once again. Just staying in the crease and just using his arms, the wrists, and hitting long way.
Goes again, this time over extra cover. That is a classy hit. 18 off that Bracewell over. It's 152 to 3. Still a delivery to go. That wide in between, 18 so far.
Well, Bracewell was bowled really, really well in the first 3 overs. He's looking to hide now. He's got nowhere to hide. He's getting tonked everywhere.
Hits it down the ground, this time just a single, but excellent over for Pakistan. 19 off, 3 remain now, 153 for 3. 18 deliveries remain. Farooq starts off with one down leg side. All it needed was a little bit of bat or glove. Races away, boundaries flowing.
50 partnership. Short and on the hips of Shadab, who's playing a great hand for Pakistan. 36 of 16s was dropped earlier, but making the most of it. Just guiding the ball to the boundary.
Defensive bowling skills to be tested. Goes full this time. Opportunity. Oh no. They'll get the overthrow. They'll get back for 2, but it was always the opportunity with the run out. Shadab just won one. I think it hit his glove as the throw came in.
I think the ball hit the edge of the surface and then bounced and got a little bit of glove on the way. I think he's okay. 55 of 29. That's a partnership of Pakistan was searching for. Totally different pitch to what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was gripping. The cutters were a lot more effective than tonight. He's been coming on to the bat very, very nicely. This is typical Rawalpindi pitch.
Full toss thumped away, but his protection just a single. Yeah, lots of runs being scored, last 10 deliveries, 32 runs. Everything happening, but it's all very calm and smooth in the Kapal Tea Lounge. Pakistan's #1 tea. The comfort of that in that lounge. Right now, it's a little uncomfortable for New Zealand. Very comfortable for Pakistan. The crowd are up. It has been attacking cricket at its best. That's well bowled, just outside off stump, the Yorker.
That is probably the best delivery to bowl right now. You got third man back on the boundary. Just look to attack that Yorker length up wide outside the off stump. Don't bowl straight, because you bowl straight with fine leg up in the circle. That will become very easy for a batter. But just keep it there.
Goes into the pitch. Hold for 2. He will get back.
Kiwi bowlers have struggled to find the consistency in their lines and lengths. I can understand in the early overs they were nervous, but they haven't really learned in this game.
Just be a single, better end to the over, but still 10 off. It's 163 for 3. Nineteenth over, and it's Duffy. Gone in with that full ball. It's been working, even the full toss, they're getting away with it. The new, stronger Pepsi, the official drink. Pepsi Kamal hai. Where does he go now? Shadab banking on length. Does get a bit of length, slaps it over the top. Get back for the second.
The only way to survive as a bowler on this pitch is to pick up wickets. You don't pick up wickets, and if someone is set, it is tough. It becomes very difficult to bowl then. Shadab, who's played so much cricket here on this ground, knows every bit of it.
Width and gone this time. That is a good catch. Chapman timing the jump to perfection. Duffy with a wicket.
Shadab was expecting a little bit more pace on that delivery. Ball came very low, very slow, and he had to really make a pace. And that's the reason he just went more toward cover. He wanted the pace to play more behind point. Brilliantly taken in the cover. That's what they wanted. That's what they're looking for. They wanted to break this partnership, and at the end, they've been successful. 166 for 4.
Right arm over.
Iftikhar Ahmed walks to the crease. Last couple of years, he's probably the most destructive of the Pakistani batters. Known for his power hitting. Outside off stump, he's kept the line there. It's worked for him this over.
The delivery, he picked up a wicket of Shadab, was slower one. It was only 119 kilometers an hour, and the jump was perfect. The extra cover to grab that.
They're keeping it wide outside off. And again, this is a very good 19th over. He's just conceded 5 of his first 5 deliveries and the wicket. Again, wants to close it out, doesn't want to concede a boundary. Iftikhar normally targets leg side. Yes, it was slow, it was wide, just out of Shadab's range in the end. Chapman hauled it in. It was a good catch. Beautiful. That is a really good over. Little inquiry, but an excellent 19th over. Just 5 off. It's 168 for 4. On the leg side, picked up, wrong line, but nicely dealt with. Boundary to start the last over.
This is a pitch where you can't bowl straight. You bowl straight, you open up both sides of the pitch. Looking to bowl straighter, and it was easy picking Irfan, just kneeing down and just using the pace beautifully. It looks a good player. 25 of 17.
Hits it past extra cover. The timing's brilliant. Back-to-back boundaries.
It's quite easy on eyes. He hits the pockets quite nicely. He's not one of those players you will see will loses his shape and look to go crazy. He'll time the ball, and that was beautifully timed. Moving away, you giving himself a little bit of room.
Terrific. Not much you can do with that. Almost the perfect Yorker, angling into leg stump.
Very, very crucial, these last three deliveries coming up. That will make a big difference. New Zealand is crucial for them to pick up a wicket here, to keep the score somewhere around 180. Anything goes 185 plus, Pakistan will start feeling that that's the score they were looking for, and they're happy with it.
Those wide right outside off stump. That is good bowling. The plan of just keeping it outside that off stump has worked.
It's not that easy when you just come in and you ask to hit boundaries or hit big sixes. I sometimes feel if the car becomes, you know, not effective when you just give him like 10 balls or 8 balls. He needs more time. He's the kind of player, if he takes his time, he can be really, really dangerous for the opposition.
Just these things that you need to work out before the all-important World Cup in June. If Pikhar, once he gets a few deliveries, then he's very, very destructive. You've seen that time and time again. Anyway, the last delivery of Pakistan's innings. And a beautifully bowled Yorker, dot ball. That is a good finish. Pakistan don't get to 180, 178 for 4. Last over goes for 10, but folks held his nerve pretty well. 54 runs in the last 5 overs. It has been a good outing for Pakistan with the bat, but New Zealand won't be too disappointed with the way that they've bowled, especially in the final few overs. Babar Azam was put into bat, and it was Shadab who was put up the order. And he started off with a couple of deft touches down to third, got boundaries, and then into that six-hitting mode. He's very, very good against spin. He's a really good hitter against spin. That shot probably the best of the lot over extra cover. And his innings of 41 of 20 really put a lot of impetus into that Pakistani innings. It show Pakistan. Shadab almost have reached 180, 178 for 4. Time you 32, this one 22, Irfan 30 of 20, but Shadab 41 of 20 deliveries. 178 for 4, Pakistan ended up. First power play went Pakistan's way, then a little bit of a stutter and a little bit of slowing down, but then the partnership between Irfan Khan Niazi and Shadab got Pakistan back on track. New Zealand, a tough outing for them. Bracewell 1 for 40. Sodhi, the best, 2 for 25. But it's been decent enough from the New Zealand bowlers to restrict Pakistan under 180. It'll be interesting how they go about when they have their chance to bat. Right now, let's go and join Zainab Abbas.
All right, I've got Irfan Khan here next to me. Irfan, brute force हमने देखी है आपकी बैटिंग में, बहुत पावर नजर आती है, एंड आपकी फिटनेस के बारे में लोग कहते हैं कि बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त है, बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, तो शौक है आपको फिटनेस का?
शौक तो क्रिकेट का है, तो उसके लिए फिटनेस ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि फील्डिंग मेन पार्ट है गेम में, और फिटनेस ना हो तो आप उस तरह एग्जीक्यूट नहीं कर सकते अपने प्लान्स को। तो अगर आपने अच्छी क्रिकेट खेलनी है तो अपनी फिटनेस को मेंटेन करना पड़ता है।
अच्छा, सिक्स हिटिंग एबिलिटी जो है आपकी बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त है ओवरऑल देखा जाए तो, क्या इस पर स्पेशल प्रैक्टिस करते हैं नेट्स में, या किस तरह से इसको इम्प्रूव करते हैं?
जी बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिस करते हैं, और ज़्यादातर कोशिश करते हैं कि अपनी स्ट्रेंथ पे रहें, और जो चीज़ कोचेज़ वगैरह प्रैक्टिस कराते हैं या अपने अंदर खुद को लगता है कि पॉजिटिव इंटेंट के साथ खेलना चाहिए, तो इस वजह से, क्योंकि आजकल जो क्रिकेट आ गई है वो ज़्यादातर तेज़ आ गई है, तो इस वजह से उसकी तैयारी करते हैं।
इस टारगेट के बारे में क्या कहेंगे? 179, अच्छी शुरुआत पाकिस्तान की, फिर थोड़ा सा स्लो पीरियड में था, बट फिर शादाब ने बड़ी अच्छी इनिंग्स दी, फिर आपने भी जिस तरह कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट।
हाँ जी बिल्कुल, ये टारगेट इस विकेट के हिसाब से और हमारी बॉलिंग के हिसाब से बहुत अच्छा है, और इंशाल्लाह हमारी बॉलिंग स्ट्रेंथ इतनी है कि हम इजीली इसको डिफेंड कर सकते हैं।
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि आपके लिए पर्सनली कितना प्रेशर है सीरीज में, बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली T20 वर्ल्ड कप भी आ गया है, एंड एवरीबॉडी इज ट्राइंग टू सीमेंट देयर ओन प्लेस इन द साइड।
अभी तो मैं इस सीरीज़ के बारे में सोच रहा हूँ, क्योंकि डेब्यू है और मैं सारा फोकस इस पे है, और वर्ल्ड कप में इंशाल्लाह इस सीरीज़ के बाद सोचेंगे, तो होपफुली कि इसमें अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे और पाकिस्तान का नाम रोशन करेंगे।
Chala, thank you so much and all the best. And there you heard it from Irfan Khan. He's just talking about the fact that he's been working on his power hitting abilities and the fact that he really has worked hard on his fitness in particular, because it's something that is an important element of cricket. He's also looking forward to the second innings and he feels comfortable about this chase.
New Zealand will have to chase down 178, the target 179, and that we'll see after the break. Pakistan setting to bat in this third T20I. Time Ayub got Pakistan off to a flyer, and Babar and Rizwan found it slightly tough middle phase of the innings, but then Shadab with a 41 of 20 and Irfan Khan Niazi 30 of 20 pushed Pakistan up to almost 180, 178 for 4 they got in their 20. New Zealand Pacers found it tough. Oaks bowled pretty decently, 4 overs 39. Bracewell went for runs in his final over, 4 overs for 40, but Saudi-ish Saudi once again 4 overs 2 for 25, leader of the attack. And Simon Ayub, Babar Azam came out to open the inning. Simon Ayub's first delivery that he faced went to the fence, first ball of the game. That was a chance which was flew through, and then he was into his act. I was just waiting for it and hitting square of the wicket. Babar then joined in. Slow, short one, dealt to the fence. That was a classy shot over extra cover. And things were flowing with Babar and Saim looking to accelerate straight away. Michael Bracewell dealt with an Sodi just back of a length, which has been hit down. Nation getting a good catch. Rizwan came and didn't look at his fluent best. Babar with a few boundaries, just using the pace, but Pakistan lost a bit of momentum through here, and he got done by a slow delivery from Bracewell outside off stump. Usman Khan tried to hit it out of the ground, found the fielder at the fence. Sodi with his second wicket. Then it was Shadab using the pace to start off with, down to third, and then against the spinners he comes into his zone. Short ball dealt with Irfan Khan Niazi was impressive. Shadab on the other hand was starting to deal with sixes. That was a very classy punt down the ground, and the sixes start to flow, and Pakistan wrestled the initiative back with some power hitting. In the end he got out trying to slap one over cover. And Shadab's innings went, and Irfan Khan Niazi with a boundary in the end, and New Zealand set 179 to win and make the series level with 1-1. Babar Azam just with the final rights is telling the bowlers what lengths to hit and how all to execute. They know exactly how this pitch has played. Having batted first, slightly different from the second T20I where the ball was not coming. This is a better pitch, so they need to be more disciplined. New Zealand openers come in and they know that they need a quick and a solid start up front to give their side a chance. Shaheen Shah Afridi, well, he looked for swing, as we all know. In that first over, well, it'll be an event.
Tim Seifert, 60 games in a T20 international career, 133 was here recently during the Pakistan Super League as well, kept for the Karachi Kings. And Tim Robinson, well, he's had a couple of outings that he'll want to forget, and he'll hope he can make better contact with the ball. He can strike the long ball. He's been talked up quite a bit. We heard from Chris Harris as well, had a good super smash, a good opportunity again for him.
Had a phenomenal super smash. Only played the 6 games because he got injured, but he scored 298 runs in those 6 innings. In one particular innings, he scored 139 off, I think it was 63 deliveries. Incredible innings. Hence the reason he's been given this opportunity at the top level in this tour of Pakistan. He hasn't got started. He's a wonderful player to watch if he does. Big night for Tim Seifert, being one of the senior players of the top order. He's going to have to stand up for New Zealand. Thought New Zealand did reasonably well to restrict Pakistan to under 180 at one stage at 84 for 1 after 10 overs. It looked like 200 were on the cards, so there were some good moments with New Zealand with ball in hand. And now it's up to the batters. It's going to be tough against Afridi.
And sneaks a quick single in. Gets bat on ball, gets down the other end. And just a hint of shape as we see so often from that man on screen, Shaheen Shah Afridi. You talk about a big night for any player when you're up against Shaheen Shah Afridi. So many times you must have heard this, that every batter knows what's coming. That left arm angle with a swing into the right hander, that late swing at pace. They all know it's coming, but playing it is a tough ask.
That's a great point. You'll know what's coming, but you've got to be able to play it. and you've got to judge exactly how much it's going to swing. Where he's so good is he's got that ability to go just across the right-hander as well, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, he just doesn't bowl it all the time. He mixes it up, makes it very difficult for the batters to line him up.
And it's most of the time that late swing. And very rarely does he miss his line. So he's always attacking the stumps. So the bowl, the LBW all come into play. Average swing, there he is. If there's any swing out there on offer, he can extract it. With that new Kookaburra, 1.6 degrees in the power play compared to the 0.9 from the rest of the bowlers. Catch it is the call. Irfan Khan Niazi there, he's a gun fielder. Not this time.
That's a brilliant stop though. I'm not sure if it was a chance. It may have carried, but I tell you what, he saved 4 runs. Well, it was a chance. Just got his right hand on it, but he did well to calm it down. He'll be disappointed if he's a gun fielder that he missed the opportunity, but he certainly saved some runs.
Beautiful angle. Just with the left-hand angle away from the right-hander. Usman Khan slightly interested. He's keeping gloves because there is one back up in the balcony. Not the green shirt, not looking interested. I didn't hear anything.
No, I didn't either. And this is part of the reason we were just discussing why he's so dangerous. I've seen his ability to swing it back into the right-hander, but also that one that just goes across the right-hander. And it's also the length that Waqar Younis talks a lot about. Not necessarily short, but a fuller length where that really hard in between length when the batter's not sure to get forward or back.
A sprint around the fence. Does well, Fakhar Zaman. He's in as a sub fielder.
Good feeling for both New Zealand batters. Robinson underway first ball, and now Seifert underway. With a nice 2, slightly over pitch from Freddie. It's going to be a busy night for Fakhar Zaman out at deep backward square leg. One fielding for Rizwan.
A bit of a swipe outside the off stump. The slip is gone. You almost look at this as an opportunity for the entire New Zealand batting lineup. It's easier said than done. It's very easy to get overwhelmed and overawed by the occasion, especially the quality of bowling and the one after the other quality bowling that keeps coming at you. But even amongst all of that, these younger players have zero baggage. It just might allow them to play their natural game. One done, 4 for no loss. Yeah, the 2 Tims to open for New Zealand. Tim Robinson, Tim Seifert, Dean Foxcroft to come in next, and then Mark Chapman, Jimmy Neesham, Michael Bracewell. And they've got the firepower in the middle. A better surface tonight compared to yesterday. And Naseem Shah, absolute beauty to start off.
I tell you what, 141.2 Ks in the perfect area, just around off stump, going away from the right-hander. Robinson, to his credit, picked up the length and left it. But a wonderful start for Naseem Shah. And pace first up, excellent.
How's that for a follow-up? This time quicker, 142.5. Like you said, Chris, in that channel of uncertainty, perfect. Just like a Pepsi, the new stronger Pepsi, the official drinks partner. Kamal hai. Fantastic. That's what it means.
It is fantastic. And Robinson got his hands full out there facing Naseem Shah. Gives himself room, comes down the ground, wonderful shot. Got the length, I'm not sure if it's gone all the way. It's close. Wonderful strike. Back of a length from Naseem Shah, giving himself room. Robinson loves to stay leg side of it. Such a dangerous player if he gets going. I think it's one bounce four. But like you were saying before, a young player, no scars. He's just going to come out and play aggressive.
The other thing, you look at that shot when you especially watch the slow-mo, a shot of high assurance. He looked in control, he was in control. That's exactly what he was looking to play. Also, the reason why they backed themselves to hit through the line is it's a different surface compared to yesterday. It's a better surface. So New Zealand, well, at least Tim Robinson deciding to take these bowlers on. Make use of the power play, make use of the brand new hard ball while the field restrictions are in play. This time again. That is nicely carved through the gap. And for four. That's back-to-back boundaries from Tim Robinson.
Yeah, wonderful batting. He's given himself room. He knows Naseem Shah is going to bowl away from him with a little bit of shape. And he bowls that length. This is a change-up delivery. And he's given himself plenty of room. It's been really pleasing. Although he's backed away and exposed his stumps, as he's kept his shape. He hasn't tried to overhit the ball. One over mid-on, and that one there just allowed it to come and played it behind. And also highlighted the point you were talking about, Rouge. This wicket's not holding in the surface, it's skidding on. Much better surface for batting.
And that slow delivery, just a reflection of that. He did roll his fingers over the ball. Significant drop in pace. Just 114 Ks, yet came onto the bat nicely. We'll have to re-bowl that. He's gone for two boundaries here, and they've been two good shots from Tim Robinson. And that's what you want. You don't want to fall behind the 8 ball. They've got the, like we spoke about, they've got the middle order which can hit the ball at quick rate, can score at the required pace. So they don't want to fall too back far behind and then have the trouble of losing quick wickets.
And the other good point is he's put pressure on Pakistan and Naseem Shah, and all of a sudden he's gone searching. So much harder when you're under pressure.
Not quite where he'd like. 10 off Naseem's first, 2 done is 14 for no loss.
And there's a great indication of why Tim Robinson is on this tour. 6 innings, 298 runs. Look at that average too, 59. It's a wonderful strike rate, 187. Incredible stats, and that's why he's got this opportunity here in Pakistan. And started well in the third T20.
And decides to go short into the surface. Just all getting a little bit more heated in there. All calm in there. And the Tapal Tea Lounge, Pakistan's finest cup of tea.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Tim Robinson keeps playing like this, he's going to earn himself a Tapal Tea, Pakistan's finest.
He's got fine numbers in the smash to back up the ability he has. 187 in Super Smash.
One of his great statements he made in an interview was he felt like he loved hitting sixes and he's become addicted to trying to hit sixes. Which is not really a statement that bowlers want to hear. But what desperately New Zealand want is him to try and get those statistics at the international level. It's certainly a step up, and it's a step up against the Pakistan bowling lineup, but he started very well today. Tim Seifert now has his opportunity.
Tries to hit through the line. Doesn't quite get all the timing on it. Will pick up a couple of runs. Again, a reflection of the Kiwi batters willing to hit through the line. The surface allowing it as well, and coming out with better intent, better game plan as well.
All of a sudden, I'm sure Seifert has got some confidence by the way Robinson has played, and a real bonus. Miss hit over mid-on, gets 2, gets back on strike. And Freddie overstepping, so you'll get a free hit now. No better way to get your innings underway than a free hit. And I tell you what, Tim Seifert's very good at the free hits normally.
You called it. He went for the block hole. He's opened the face of the bat, Seifert, and pierced that gap. He picks up 4 as well.
What he's done so well is just held his shape. He hasn't tried to overhit it. He just knew if he found the gap. It's a pretty good Yorker from Afridi, but beautifully played by Tim Seifert. Kept his shape beautifully, just opened the blade intentionally and ran it behind point. Wonderful batting. All of a sudden, great intent from New Zealand, and Pakistan under pressure in the power play.
It looks like a bit of change in plan. Third comes into the circle deep. Mid wicket has fallen back on the boundary. Looks like the line be well within the stumps. If you're one for numbers, New Zealand already 1 up on the free hit counter. Pakistan got 3 free hits, didn't score any boundary. Batted on all 3 occasions was Mohammad Rizwan. So New Zealand, and you said Tim Seifert loves the free hit, he's 1 up.
It's one the coaches don't really like. You don't want to give away any free hits in this format. A couple from Will Rotary overstepped, and also one above waist height. Freddie round the wicket now. 2 straight to Seifert, he works comfortably to that man. Deep mid wicket. 23 without loss.
Has been good so far from New Zealand. 23 of 20. Michael Bracewell said at the post-match presentation in the second game that it took them slightly longer than he'd like to just get used to what the surface was like. Here, they've got a hand of it from ball 1. Shot! That is a smack and a half to end the over. Shine goes for 13 in New Zealand, 27 for no loss.
Wow, what a shot again. Tim Robinson giving himself room, and he got the ball exactly where he wanted it and just stood and delivered nice and tall and smashed it down the ground. Almost took Tim Seifert with it. And that's where he was so strong in the super smash back in New Zealand. Wonderful batting. 27 without loss after 3 overs. And there's the comparison. Pakistan 32 without loss, and New Zealand 27 without loss.
The difference at the moment, in spite of New Zealand and their hard hitting, still slightly behind, because Saim Ayub and Babar Rizwan made full use of the power play.
Give us time, Rouge, we're catching.
Like I said, New Zealand will take this. Now up against Abrar. This will be a challenge. This will be a challenge to pick up Abrar. Again, not most of them have played a lot of Abrar. To pick up which way it's spinning, and he bowls quicker through the air as well. So if you don't pick him off his hand, a lot of the times you might be late picking him off the surface.
I like what's happened here though. New Zealand have already run for me the first little battle, get through the seam, and they've got a bra on earlier than they'd normally want. And with that new ball, as we saw there, he won't spin it as much, it'll skid on, but it's going to be tough for Tim Robinson. Bra, who's doesn't spin it a long way, but has the ability to bowl and spin it both ways, and he's very, very accurate. You've got to be very careful when exposing your stumps.
A bit of a swipe into the leg side. And that's all you need. You just need the ball to turn that fraction bit to pass the outside edge or come back inside. What I did notice of Abrar was that even the game previous, obviously the surface dictated the pace. He's bowling slightly slower again today as well. Mistimed shot. And they push through for 2. And just there, the pace slightly slower from Abrar. The first 3 deliveries, something's happening here.
Yeah, intentional from Tim Seifert. He has tried to get it up and over the offside, just hasn't hit it very well. But fortunately, he's found the gap. Tim Seifert generally will be positive, but slightly more orthodox against Abrar. And this time he almost returns the favour to Tim Robinson and tries to take him out as he gets a comfortable single down the ground. But what we'll see from Robinson is we'll just see outright aggression. If he gets length, he'll expose the stumps and try and hit through the offside, and if he gets full, he'll just try and hit him out of the park.
Yeah, we're just making that point. They're still looking to score off him, not letting him settle. And in that, they've picked up 6 off Abrar's first over. 4 done is 33 for no loss. New Zealand need another 146 of 16 overs. Change of bowling. Abbas Afridi now. Oh, he's lucky that's gone to hand. They run through quick. They required the dive coming in. Well, if it would have hit, maybe could have been a different story.
Yeah, I think he was out. There was just a little bit of hesitation. Initially, they wanted the run. So if it just hesitated, I think, long enough that a direct hit would have found him here, would have found him short. You could just tell by the desperation of the drive, a direct hit and he was gone. So a little bit of luck New Zealand's way.
It's part of the game. Luck is part of the game. Take that, says Tim Seifert. Abbas Afridi into the attack and the ball's gone sailing over the fence.
Oh, it's a wonderful strike. He's just talking. I thought he was going to look to bowl full. And this one he's gone back of the length, and Tim Seifert, almost as though he predetermined where it was going to be, gave himself a little bit of room, opened that front leg and hit it 98 metres over long on. That's exactly where he likes it. That's an area that he loves to hit the ball, especially in that power play. And then tell you what, he's a strong young man.
Well, the intent very clear here from New Zealand. Rawalpindi, you have been fantastic as always. Once again, a house full.
And because you've all turned up, New Zealand's going to put on a performance for you. Just for you, Rawalpindi.
Right, challenge is set in the commentary box as well. Pakistan under the pump here. A good change of pace delivery.
Now, in all honesty, not just saying this as a Kiwi, but this is exactly what Pakistan need. They want to be tested. They want their players to be under pressure. Obviously, a big World Cup coming up. These are the type of games that is going to hold them in good stead going into that World Cup. And it also gives Babar Azam a look at what bowlers are going to respond, how they respond under pressure. This is good for both sides.
He's timed that nicely, picks up a couple of runs. Again, change of pace. 108.5 Ks from Abbas Afridi. The official mobile handset partner, Vigotel.
like to try one of those phones. Rouge, they look good.
Bowled him! Chopped on! And the party for Tim Seifert comes to an end. A much needed wicket for Pakistan.
Yeah, good bounce back from Abbas. Good pace as well, almost 140 Ks. Saw Seifert giving himself a little bit of room, followed him just back of a length. Excellent bowling, heavy ball. He just stayed down a little bit and toe end onto his stumps. Very important breakthrough for Pakistan. And unfortunately for New Zealand, one of their senior top order players is on the way back. Tim Seifert on his way for 21. New Zealand 42 for 1.
Centre. There you go.
"41 games in his T20 career. Dean Foxcroft, a strong unit.
Yeah, plays for Otago on the South Island. It's a good player. Bowls handy off spin as well. Job with bat in hand.
Overdone. 5 gone, 42 for 1. Yeah, Abbas have really good comeback after that big 6. This time hurried on with the pace, clips the toe end of the bat. He's trying to give himself room, ran down the wicket as well. He's trying 140 clicks there, and Abbas have really liked that one. Always nice to finish off with picking up that wicket.
"42 for 1. Tim Robinson come to the party. It's Naseem Shah into his second over. Yeah, the third was down at the fence. And there was one too many fielders in the power play outside the circle. Zaman Khan, substitute fielder. No one. Does he get the gap? Yes, he does. That'll race away. Robinson is putting on his display. He's looking good so far.
Something that is he's been able to execute time and time again in the Super Smash, goes leg side of the ball. All he knows is he has to beat the inner circle. Gets it down into the square. And it kicks on even quicker.
Moves across and does the needful. Just gets it down to fine leg. And back-to-back boundaries.
Clever by Tim Robinson. Kind of getting an understanding that the pace is being taken off and it's going to be a lot slower. So comes on the inside line of the ball. Probably got a little bit more height, and given that fine leg is up, he was able to get up and over the inner circle. He's putting a lot of pressure on the Pakistani bowlers.
Goes into the pitch, too short. There is pressure now back on Pakistan. They had it all too easy previous game. Everybody was spot on. Nothing like this. And suddenly it's 9.56 runs to the over that New Zealand are going at. Making full use of the power play, which was needed. Still a long way off, 128 required, but the start has been good. follows him, the ball jagging back, dot ball.
Yeah, well bowled. Naseem Shah's gone in the pitch. This time he goes seam up. Full follows him. I mean, this is the perfect start for New Zealand. Yep, they understand in T20 cricket you give the licence to your top order to play with some freedom. You hope that they get off to a good start. This is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Ball is pushed for 2. They will challenge and they will get back. Good batting.
Yeah, just taking a look at where Tim Robinson likes to score his runs. He's showing that he can be quite versatile. Like I said, stays leg side, so that offside is his preferred area, but can punch the ball down the ground.
Bowling! That is a perfect response to power play. The Yorker, absolute perfection. Naseem Shah produces a beauty.
When you have a batter moving around the crease a lot, and he's striking the ball close to 150, why not go full and at middle stump? The perfect Yorker. Naseem Shah was able to execute it to perfection and pick up a very important wicket for Pakistan, because that sees Tim Robinson depart for 28. New Zealand now are 53 for 2.
Mark Chapman in at number 4. A very dangerous white ball cricketer. Right now it's Naseem Shah. Off the back foot. A wicket in that over ends the power play. It's 53 for 2.
Yeah, just giving himself a bit of room. That has worked well for him so far in the innings. But it was the perfect length for Naseem Shah to sneak it under the bat. Fans are happy. They needed a wicket. Well, that's good signs for Tim Robinson, who's just come into the New Zealand side for the first time this series. Both the Tims getting a start. The unfortunate thing is now that they're both in the sheds.
Naseem Shah, well, he's a favourite and he produced a magnificent Yorker. Proud favourite, one of the superstars Pakistan produced. Shadab Khan, after the power play, he's in. Batted beautifully. And that'll probably rub off in his bowling too. This is now the challenge. As you said, Lisa, 2 players who haven't got a run yet. They need to still go, need to still be positive. And starting against spin normally is the most difficult part for most players who are not used to playing too many spinners.
Yeah, that's why it's really important for Shadab to put a lot of pressure on Dean Foxcroft. Mark Chapman is used to him. But he's made it extremely hard. 3 dots. The first 3 deliveries, a single now. This is a chance where Pakistan can really put the squeeze on. And Chadabla, as you mentioned, performed well with the bat, 41 runs, got dropped on 12. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck to go your way. And now he can spin his little magic as well.
Yeah, his home ground as well, Shadab. Obviously the crowd favourite because of him being local. And just hear the crowd as he came on to bowl. Bowled a lot of googlies last game, 42%, and did get it to turn. Once he gets his googly to turn, he's a different bowler. Shot pulled away and hammered into the gap, and the boundary just salvages the over for New Zealand. 58 for 2.
Yeah, just picked up really quickly by Mark Chapman. Got into a great position where he was able to really get some speed through the ball. He thought mid-wicket was a chance. Wasn't far off. Well, New Zealand getting the perfect start. Only issue now, just losing those 2 wickets.
.31 runs to the over required. Spin from both ends. Again, the challenge for Foxcroft. Now it's a mystery spin of Abrar that he has to tackle, to decipher. Turns over the strike. Yeah, Babar Azam. He is the biggest superstar right now in Pakistan sport. Always a chant from every ground, every Pakistan ground that he goes to. There's always a chant. And sometimes you feel sorry for the batter who's just got out, because there's always that Babar, Babar, Babar when he's coming in. The reverse sweep, and it's played beautifully, timed superbly. Chapman with his second boundary.
He was the highest run scorer last night, just the 19 runs. But he's the most experienced against this Pakistan side and has always been successful against them, apart from probably the home series at home. But his ability to sweep, reverse sweep, and use his feet to spinners is so important. Because it was last night that it was these 2 spinners that were able to pick up 4 wickets for 30. They really did put the squeeze on.
It'll be crucial to this chase, Will Chapman. Also being a left-hander, possesses power, and shift gears, likes playing against Pakistan, so him being at the crease and just getting this innings into a situation where they can chase this down, Mark Chapman is crucial to that. Yeah, he is quite close, so pensive. These guys just looking on camera. Just tinkering with that offside field. He's worried about the reverse sweep. Abrar chases that down, prevents the second run from coming. It's 66 for 2. 113 required. Chapman 10 not out. Moves across and sweeps it. One bounce into the fence.
He's so clever. He just had a little sneak over his shoulder just to see where that deep backward square was. Knew he had to get it finer. So got in position, shuffled across and a little bit deeper in his crease. He is so difficult to bowl to as a spinner because he moves around the crease so much.
Hits it through the offside. The timing's really good. He'll come back for the second. He's picking up the gap, so that's the danger with Chapman. He's so aware of the little pockets that can expose while he's batting. So one flare that the spinners will probably be wary of or struggle to tie him down. Now Shadab goes round the wicket. Once he goes round the wickets, expect a lot of googlies to be bowled. The top edge, and it has worked. No! Yes, no! Naseem Shah had it, didn't, and in the end didn't. Round the wicket worked like a treat for Shadab, but not for Naseem.
Yeah, the extra top spin. Tried to smother it, got the top edge. And Naseem Shah actually got there. I actually don't think he needed to kind of go to ground. And because of that, he wasn't in control of the ball. And when you're flat on the ground, you can't move.
The googly and Abbas Afridi does well. Pressure exerted by Chapman. Remember, this is a very good chasing ground. All the T20Is that have been played here have been won by teams chasing. 5 of them. So difficult ground to defend once the batter get on a roll.
Oh, well done, Shade.
Yeah, just to highlight Chapman. He's a guy that you don't want to drop because he's such a busy cricketer. He takes on the spinners, and we've known and we've seen that Pakistan spinners are very good at this phase.
A decent over for New Zealand, a bit of luck, drop chance, 9 off, 75 for 2.
And this is just to have a look at what Chapman does with his feet. Tends to kind of prop on that front leg, and then he assesses, do I keep coming with it? I can reverse, I can push back, or I can keep coming. So very similar deliveries he can actually hit to all parts of the ground. Absolute nightmare for a bowler. An absolute nightmare for the captain to set a field. He is really the key for New Zealand if they're going to chase down this total.
Introduction of the third spinner, Iftikhar Ahmed. Round the wicket.
Oh, very good.
He's savvy with the left-hander. He'll push it through and vary his pace. He's an improved bowler as Iftikhar. Along with his power hitting, his bowling has also improved. There you go, slows it up. So straight away challenging the stumps. Overthrow. Iftikhar probably staring at Shaheen Shah Afridi. Not happy with that.
Well, sometimes you want a decent throw. Sometimes it doesn't get there all the time. Your job as a bowler is to actually pick it up cleanly. The keeper wouldn't be a happy person a lot of the time with some of the throws that are coming in. So same goes for the bowler. Got to tidy it up.
Your spinner to the right-hander. We always talk about matchups, but Iftikhar is very savvy with the way that he changes pace. Probably see him just bowl a few quicker ones and then the slower delivery. That one's slower. Into the onside, the call for 2. They will come back easily.
Yeah, it's really Dean Foxcroft that needs to get motoring, doesn't he? 6 off 10. You look at the partnership, 25 off 23. And he's been able to pick up 6 off 9, so he's got to get going.
Good over from Iftikhar so far, just 4 off. Just to signal one delivery to Drinks, but does Chapman now look to try and end this over with a boundary? Fired in. That's a very decent over from Iftikhar, just pulling things back. After 10, New Zealand 80 for 2, and it's time for Drinks.
Yeah, welcome back to the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, the third T20I between Pakistan and New Zealand. The last one here as we move to Lahore. At the halfway mark, New Zealand 80 for 2. They require another 98 runs now. Well, in the meantime, you can up your game by downloading the Rocks app and subscribing to the Rocks offers. Use maximum GBs and win smartphones every day.
Nothing between the two teams after 10. Pakistan were 84 for 2. They New Zealand also lost 2 wickets in the same period. So game on.
And what you like about this game is that New Zealand is not backing down. They've come out and said, well, we might as well. They've all got the players with the reputation from their domestic structures and their recent tournaments as well. And what they've done well is not allowing this run rate to go too far ahead of their reach. A little bit of dew as well. The tires shining just might put advantage into the batting team. With the ball starting to skid on, spinners might find it tough to grip as well. And call for 2. We'll have to run back hard and get it comfortably in the end.
Well, Rouge, as you said, the chase is on purely because of a little bit of dew, and they have wickets in hand. Yes, they're a very young side, New Zealand, but they have got players who can really chase that target down. And the plan seems very clear. That Chapman, if he gets anything loose, he will be positive. He will look for the boundaries, and Foxcroft, so far what we've seen, he's just nudging the ball and making sure that he gives the strike back to Chapman. I think next 4 to 5 overs are so crucial. If they don't lose any wickets, it's about holding wickets in hand, because deep end, when you go into the last 5 overs, things are going to become quite easy because of the dew. Yes, Pakistan do have very experienced bowling lineup, but Rawalpindi track, we all know that it's not easy to defend any sort of total. Till that required run rate is around about 10-11. I think New Zealand will feel that they're okay. They can chase it down. They can win this game, and it will be a big win if they can manage that.
How's that to spoil the party? Mark Chapman hits the boundary in the last delivery. The over goes for 10, and they've pulled the run rate back as well. 90 for 2.
It was not a half volley by any means. He was hit up on the up and just making a little bit of room for himself, Chapman, and creaming it through the cover. A little painful when you bowl so well for the first 5 deliveries and you go for a boundary on the last. 89 required of 54. This white worm is just matching the green one. But that means if they keep staying close to it and have no dots in it, problem for Pakistan.
Equation now reads 89 of 54. 90 for 2. Pakistan were at this stage exactly. New Zealand 90 for 2 as well. Now you mentioned that for New Zealand keeping those wickets in hand, and why also? Because Jimmy Neesham and Mark Chapman, skipper Michael Bracewell yet to come in. Jimmy Neesham so important. He's got the 3rd highest strike rate in all T20 international cricket. Knows how to finish games. 157 that strike rate is. So they've got the guys with the ability to do so. At the moment, Mark Chapman has things well under control for New Zealand. It's 29 of 20. There he is. Jimmy Neesham 156.4. Bracewell 127. And Cole McConkey 106. 3 batters to come in next. Firing it in, Iftikhar. Yeah, good call to be sent back.
Pakistan can't allow this partnership to go big. 40 of 34 now. The game is in balance, so if they carry on, as I said earlier, that if they carry on batting for another 3-4 overs, it will become very, very hard for Pakistan. Wow! Now that is clean and straight. Big six.
Mark Chapman, well, he's having some fun. We told you he likes Pakistan as an opposition. And he's just putting that stamp ever so hard onto Pakistan. That is as clean as you like. Dancing shoes on. And that has been absolutely dispatched. Striking at 166 now. And you just look at, oh, shy the stumps. He was gone for all money. Dean Foxcroft had overran that, had absolutely no hope. Babar with the shy, the stumps misses.
Yeah, he was backing out way too long. He never realized that the ball went straight to Babar and was very, very close. It would have been gone for all money.
Eventually make it through. Also bring up the 100 on the previous delivery. Partnership of 48, 12 done is 101 for 2. We're talking about Pakistan's nemesis. Well, Virat Kohli, leader of the pack by some margin. But what is important for Mark Chapman, he strikes at 158, and with a 47 average, well, Pakistan will want him back in the hut very soon. Experienced campaigners, the other 4 in that list. Sample size similar. I just feel these 2 overs left from Abrar are crucial. Just the 14 of his first 2.
Yeah, his 2 overs are going to be really crucial. A mystery bowler, and if he can break this partnership or even bowl a couple of really good overs, not give too many runs.
Well done.
And then you of course got Shadab's 2 overs, and then the Pacers. So these spin twin, they have to break this partnership and also make sure don't leak too many runs. Partnership of 49 of 39, just quietly just building this partnership.
Well, you know, from a New Zealand point of view, they'll look for the boundary. But if it's not there, I'm sure they'll have in the back of their mind, just nick off singles, try and push for the couple of runs and still pick 8 off Abrar's over without taking too many risks. So crucial period. I think he's back. He's okay. And just as I say that, Mark Chapman decides to have a bit of a swipe.
Well, he's one bowler, Abrar. We've seen Chapman have struggled a touch. He's not sure which way the ball's spinning, and he's trying to cover the stumps, and that's why he can't really swing that bat the way he wants.
Has put down. Usman Khan has shelled that. That's 2 lives now for Chapman, is the one that keeps going away from the left-hander. He was dropped on 16 by Naseem Shah, and now on 36 behind the stumps. Well, and guess what? He makes him pay. He makes Pakistan pay for that drop. It's also the 50 partnership, but more importantly, the boundary of the over.
Well, that's one area you don't want to go to Chapman. He's so strong on the onside. When you bowl on his pads, he's got such a great hands and great speed of hands that he picks the gap and it goes very quickly.
Once again across the stumps. That is great running. Constant pressure by Kiwi batters here. 7 off Abrar's over, 108 for 2. New Zealand won the toss and elected to bowl, put Pakistan in, and for one time you thought Pakistan wouldn't get to say 160. It was brilliance from Shadab that got him to 178. New Zealand now in reply 71 of 42, required rate 10.14, and they are at 8.3. They are ahead of Pakistan at a similar stage.
I think it's time for Foxcroft to also join the party. He's been a real quiet partner in this partnership. 14 of 19 is major or bulk of the work has been done by Chapman.
Well, you asked for some fireworks. They continue to fly off Chapman's bat. He's raced to 48 now. Once again with a very clean strike.
Yeah, it was in his zone, in his arc. A little bit more flight and outside the off stump. That's where he loves it. He likes it on the legs also, but he likes a bit of width.
He's called for 2 and decides against it. He looks so much better hitting down the line of the ball, holds his shape like you say, and all the striking has been so clean. He holds the key here for this New Zealand chase.
Yeah, very complete player.
They've got the 8. There's 2 deliveries left here, and they want to pick up, maybe close the over out with the boundary. If not, at least the 2 runs. Go for the over for 10. That's a hard hit down the ground. Should be just the 1. Chapman now on 49.
Well, the issue Chapman facing right now is Foxcroft not really getting that momentum, that option of boundaries from him. That's why he's got to do the major work.
That's his 50. The 8th in T20 international cricket. He likes the opposition and likes the venue because he's got 100 here as well. And more importantly, has kept New Zealand right up there with this chase. 14 done, 118 for 2. And 50 off 29, Mark Chapman. A strike rate of 172 with 5 boundaries and 2 big sixes. As much as he holds the key for New Zealand, the ball's been thrown to Shaheen Shah Afridi in order to break this partnership. That's what Babar Azam will want of him. Partnership 65. Make that 69. That is a beautifully controlled strike for 4.
It's not all about hitting those big shots, using your feet. Sometimes you'll see that he will uses the pace and pierce the gap nicely. The ball was there. It was quite easy to hit that when you have third man up in the circle. An easy boundary given away, I would say, from Shaheen.
Yeah, there's a lot of control in there as well. Deft touch, not easy. Using the pace of the ball, knowing third was up in the ring, which now falls back. gets through Iftikhar's hands and gets through to the boundary. That is not a good piece of fielding. It has to be better. And that's back-to-back boundaries from Mark Chapman.
Well, in this sort of situation, you want your fielders to be on their toes. You cannot really give easy runs. That was poor effort. Should have been dived and stopped there. And even no slide there. That smile tells a story.
Not happy, not acceptable. Because there was 3 more runs to the tally. Oh, he slipped up, wrong end. The non-striker slipped up and the fielder should have gone keeper's end. And in all of that, that's another 2 runs. And Shaheen's comeback over has cost him 10 in the first 3. Fan pulse for Jazz. Contest winners are Baz Khan and Adnan Khan. Well done, gentlemen.
This ball clearly not swinging, not seaming, is little damp out there. And once the ball gets wet, it becomes hard for bowlers to grip. And then you bowl those poor deliveries. Third man comes up once again.
Now 11 of 4. Oh, that's a nice pose. Good set of teeth. Big smile, ladies. A selfie moment from Vigo Tel Mobile. Well, they've been treated to some really good cricket. You have to give it to that. And it's still not over. New Zealand require 50 of 32. And sometimes it's just a matter of a moment of brilliance in the field to pick up that wicket. That's what Pakistan will be hoping for. Break this partnership. That's not breaking any partnership. All that is breaking is record 6s here. That's his first boundary, Foxcroft. And he says, why not 1 over the fence?
Chapman was dying to see that from the other end. He was hoping that Foxcroft can play a big shot here and take some pressure off him. And he did it beautifully. Lovely hit. Pakistan in serious problem.
That's a real strong hit to hit it in front of square. 44 from 31. Shaheen's gone for 17. Still 1 more to go in this over. Swing and a miss. 15 done. It's 135 for 2.
New Zealand chasing this nicely. 8.8 to the over required. Just 44 now needed. Mark Chapman's love affair with Pakistan's bowling attack and Pakistani pitches continues. Naseem Shah, well, he has to produce something. Pakistan in a desperate need of a wicket. Desperately want to remove Chapman. That is short and that has been smoked. That has gone flat and into the crowd.
Well, Mark Chapman, absolutely sensational shot. What an innings it's been. 67 from just 34 deliveries. Freely been brought back from the other end and he was destructive to him. And now Naseem Shah, back of a length, and Chapman climbs all over it, smashes it into the crowd. New Zealand so far doing this in style. Wonderful batting.
And Naseem Shah dropped Chapman when he was just 16. He's now 67. 7 4s, 3 6s. He goes short again and just over, fine leg. And that'll go to the fence. A 6 and a 4 to start the over.
It's amazing when you have that positive intent. A little bit of luck goes your way. I think he got deceived by a slower one and he just stopped on the shot. Fortunately got a top edge which carried over short 45 and another boundary. Just feels as though there's no stopping Mark Chapman.
And Mark Chapman already has 100 on this very ground, Rawalpindi cricket ground. So it's a ground where he hit those kind of shots. That is magnificent. That is the best of the lot. Comes down the track and pumps him over mid-off.
Oh, it brings up the 150 for New Zealand with a magnificent shot. He's come down the wicket. He's held his shape. Just a punch down the ground. Wonderful timing. Mid-off, up inside the circle. One of the shots of the match for me.
16 off this over. That required rate has come down to 6.22. And all he's thinking about is boundaries. It is a boundary hitting ground and it's working for Chapman as well as it can. Third now in the circle. Short ball and it gets past fine leg. The chase is on but to no avail. Another boundary. 6-4, 6-4.
Wow, a shot that brings up the 100 partnership between these two. 102 from 59 deliveries and Mark Chapman. Again, a little bit of luck. The bottom edge beats the keeper, beats the short 45 and runs again away for 4.
102 the partnership. Just 20 runs, 21 runs from Foxcroft. Yeah, Babar Azam, well, it's not gone your way at all because Mark Chapman has dragged New Zealand in front. He's made sure that everything now is under control. 5.54 required to the over. Short ball, pulls it leg side, chance in the deep, no. Single, so 21 of the first 5 deliveries of the 16th over. And just to take a breath, just to calm yourself down. The Tapal Tea moment in the Tapal Tea Lounge.
Well, we talked about drop catches and Mark Chapman getting dropped to 16. Also, New Zealand dropped a couple of important catches. Abu in the second over, and Shadab early in his innings. But the drop of Mark Chapman has been the most costly of the game.
Into the leg side, call for 2, and Chapman races back. Oh, fabulous running. This has been a display from New Zealand. This over, well, it'll end up being 23 off the over, the most expensive over that Naseem Shah's bowled in T20 cricket, 158 for 2. .21 now to win. Abrar with his final over. Catch and dropped again. That's his third opportunity given by Chapman and not accepted by Pakistan.
Well, when things go your way, they really go your way. I think Abrar thought this was coming back a little bit harder than it was. It wasn't particularly well hit by Chapman. And you could just see him holding back, thinking it was hit hard. And after he dropped it, he thought, I probably should have caught that. Got to take those opportunities.
Backs away, gets it over top of point, and that'll go to the fence.
And all of a sudden, the confidence now goes to Dean Foxcroft as well. Lovely shot, backed away, up over point. And all of a sudden, his strike rate up over 100. Found it very challenging, but kept his composure. And for a young man, experience-wise in international cricket, it's been a very important innings, part of a match-winning partnership for New Zealand.
This time goes over cover, even better shot. And it's been just cut off for 2. Pakistan brought back, remember, brought back Shaheen Shah Afridi. He went for 17, brought back Naseem Shah. He went for 23. So those 2 overs went for 40. Pakistan was searching for a wicket. It was the correct move, but Chapman has been just superb. And Naseem Shah, well, he's never conceded this many ever in his T20 career, but this in his international T20Is. Naseem Shah going for 44, 23 in his 3rd over. Shaheen went for 17 in his 3rd over, but it's all been Chapman. It is a chasing ground. All the T20Is played here, 5 of them won by the team chasing. So it's a very difficult ground to defend. Not taking anything away from Chapman. He's been absolutely superb.
He certainly had all the answers tonight, and all the answers that Pakistan have thrown at him. He's absolutely delivered. He loves this ground. Got a brilliant 100 to chase down 194, and he's going again tonight as Foxcroft goes big. But cloths it out to deep mid-wicket. It'll just be a single to end the over. And after 17, New Zealand 168 for 2.
Abbas Afridi into the attack. 2 overs 1 for 19 for him. Now it's just down to 11 that New Zealand require. They've absolutely motored along. The chase has become very simple. Wide down the leg side. The amount of pressure that Chapman and off late Foxcroft have been able to apply on the Pakistani bowlers. It was a different story yesterday. What a difference 24 hours make.
I was about to say it's an even more impressive performance when you consider New Zealand were bowled out for 90 just 24 hours ago. It was certainly a different surface. It was more difficult, but what a turnaround.
Wide again.
Free to a bust. You can see what he's trying to do. Bowl a quick Yorker around middle and leg, and he's just getting it wrong and getting it a little bit too much down the leg side. Pakistan know they have to break this partnership. I feel it's all a little bit too late.
The short ball in the air. This should be taken. Abbas Afridi does it himself. So the short ball works for Abbas Afridi. Foxcroft goal.
Yeah, good short ball from Abbas Afridi. He's got that extra bit of pace. Heavy ball into the ground and just on Foxcroft too quickly. Outside off stump, comfortable catch, does it himself, gets the breakthrough. Good innings from Foxcroft, just his 2nd in international cricket, and you feel as though it's come a little bit too late for Pakistan. He's on his way for 31 from just 29 deliveries. 170 for 3, New Zealand.
Jimmy Neesham punches it into the offside, gets the single. And he comes back comfortably for the second as well. Now it's 7 needed. A short ball, quick delivery. On to Foxcroft too quickly. He just went up in the air. He hugs it to his chest in the end. Abbas Afridi, Foxcroft, well, his innings is over, but he's played his part. New Zealand now just 7 required. Yeah, but the series needed this. Blown away in that first game, New Zealand. They've come back strong. It's almost, if not more impressive, but as impressive as Pakistan were in the first game.
You know, I think it's good for Pakistan as well. They're trying to find out some answers for the T20 World Cup, which is coming up. And they want to be tested and put under pressure, and they have been tonight. New Zealand has been exceptional.
Beats him on the inside.
I was a bit surprised with the pace there, Jimmy Neesham. Just stayed down a little bit. His feet didn't really go anywhere as they do at the start of your innings, just stuck on the crease. And ended up just cutting him in half. Well, it's been a great crowd. Locals have turned up. Sold out both days, I believe. And they've certainly seen some terrific cricket tonight.
It's been so impressive by New Zealand, and especially from Chapman. Haven't let Pakistan in at all. Made sure that they kept on going hard. So even these dot deliveries right now don't really hurt their cause, because everything is way under control. This time pulls it and does get the gap, and that'll skip away to the fence. So the boundary means that New Zealand require 3. It's 176 for 3.
Well, just back of a length. And Jimmy Neesham just helped it on his way. 2 men in the deep, and he's dissected them perfectly. Perfect placement, and allows Mark Chapman now just 1 hit away. What will be a brilliant win for New Zealand. And what a turnaround 24 hours makes. Almost as though it's 2 different sides. I think it's got a little bit to do with the quality of the surface. Certainly so much better for batting tonight.
Pakistan, New Zealand almost the same in the power play, but the middle phase, New Zealand just pulled away. Chain Afridi. Yorker Chapman wants 2. It's in a little pocket leg side, so he'll come back. Scores are level.
I think New Zealand got off to a good start today as well, with Tim Seifert and Tim Robinson. Only playing in his 3rd T20, or his 2nd really, Tim Robinson. He played some destructive shots against some quality fast bowling at the top of the order. Just gave New Zealand momentum in that power play. But Mark Chapman, absolutely magnificent.
The outside edge doesn't matter. Chapman does it for New Zealand. Walks across for the single. And he makes sure that New Zealand go to Lahore with the series level. 87 of 42. And this has been an impressive performance from New Zealand, coming back after that mauling they had yesterday. And they've been able to turn it around, courtesy absolutely fabulous innings from Mark Chapman. New Zealand winning the second third T20I by 7 wickets. It's been fabulous from Chapman. Chapman loves this Rawalpindi cricket ground. He has 100 here, but tonight he was on fire yet again. 4 sixes, a strike rate of 207. And only 7 dot balls he played in that innings of 42 deliveries. New Zealand will be so happy the way that they have performed. They bowled well. It's a decent performance with the ball, but with the bat they've been able to win the game with 7 wickets in the hut and also 10 deliveries to spare. Michael Bracewell, he'll be so happy with the way that New Zealand have come back from the defeat yesterday. All hugs, all happy faces for the Kiwi cap. The man of the moment, innings that he'll remember, Rawalpindi Cricket Ground. He'll take back memories yet again. He had very good memories before, but even better now. First victory as captain from Michael Bracewell, and it's been a fabulous run chase. And it keeps the situation now in the series pretty level. Congratulations to New Zealand on a fabulous chase. Robinson got the team off with 28 of 19, Cypher 21 of 16. Foxcroft did his part in partnership with Chapman, 31 of 29. But the star of the show, Mark Chapman, 87 of 42 deliveries, striking at 207.14. New Zealand chasing 178 down comfortably. Well, the bowling, nothing really to talk about. Couple of wickets for Abbas Afridi, he was good, and Iftikhar maybe with Shadab just applying a little bit of a break, but overall it was a Chapman show and the bowlers suffered. And that means that 178 for 4, courtesy Shadab, 41 of 20, and Saim Ayub 32 of 22, Irfan Khan Niazi 30 not out, was never enough because Chapman had other ideas. 87 of 42, 179 for 3, New Zealand winning with 7 wickets and also 10 deliveries to spray. And we'll be back after a break with everything post-match wise.
story of the third T20I. Pakistan put into bat for 178 for 4, courtesy Shadab 41 of 20 and Irfan Khan Niazi 30 of 20 delivery, but it was the Chapman show when New Zealand batted 179 for 3. New Zealand winning by 7 wickets. Now it's time to join Aruj Mumtaz with the post-match ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation of the third T20I 5 between Pakistan and New Zealand. And what a brilliant turnaround from New Zealand in less than 24 hours, come out to win by 7 wickets and level the series 1-1. Now let me introduce the presentation party. We've got Mr. Murtaza Ali, Head of Jazz Cash, Ms. Rubina Naz, Corporate Head Islamabad Bank Al Falah Limited, and Mr. Jameel Ahmed, Vigotel Sales Channel Partner, Rawalpindi Region. They will obviously be presenting awards tonight. Let's start with the first one. Mr. Jameel Ahmed will now present the Master Blast of the match, Vigotel Note 23 mobile phone to Mark Chapman. He had an outstanding evening tonight, 87 of 43 with 9 fours, 4 sixes, and struck it at a strike rate of 207 to get New Zealand over the line and a win on the cards as well. Next, Ms. Rubina Naz will present the Bank Al Falah Outstanding Performance of the Match Cash Award of PKR 100,000 to Shadab Khan from Pakistan. He was the one who provided impetus towards the back end of Pakistan innings with an outstanding knock as well, 41 of 20, and he struck it at a 205. Now Mr. Murtaza Ali will present the Jazz Super Power Play of the Match trophy and cash award to the player of the match tonight. Rupees 300,000 goes to Mark Chapman again. Smiles all around. He loves the venue, he loves the opposition, and more importantly, he got them over the line and a win under their belt. Mark, this love affair with Pakistan, not just Pakistan, but this venue, you quite like it?
Yeah, it's always nice to come here, and thankfully we could level the series 1-1 today.
Well, 178, you reckon that was chaseable, or you thought you gave away too many at the back end of that Pakistan innings?
Yeah, I think we know obviously Pakistan have a great attack, and 178 was a chaseable score. We know it's generally high scoring here. I thought the way that Zach Folkes and Willow Rourke on debut to bowl some really tough overs and come in, and then obviously Ish as well. It was an outstanding bowling performance.
Now, your skipper said yesterday that adjusting to the situation of the surface, it was slightly tricky. Today, the surface seemed like you could hit through the line. Was that the case?
Yeah, I think, yesterday it was probably a little bit slower, and we lost wickets and clumps. And, I guess any day you have a 100 partnership, you set up a good chance to win a game. And, it was great to bat alongside Dean as well, who's relatively inexperienced too. So to bat with him and put on a 100 partnership and chase it down, we're pretty happy.
Now, you come out to bat 53 for 2 it was, requiring 125. What was the game plan? Was it to keep wickets in hand, knowing the firepower at the middle?
Yeah, I think, the way that Saif and Robbo set it up at the top was outstanding. It gave us a little bit of a platform to come in, and we know that Pakistan's death bowling is world class. So, we just try to keep up with the rate as best as we can, and, thankfully today it came off for us.
Mark, lovely talking to you. Good luck for the next one, and fantastic watching you tonight.
Thank you.
Moving on, we'll speak to the Pakistan skipper. Unfortunately, not on the winning side tonight. They will go into Lahore with 1 apiece a game. बाबर, बैटिंग में आप देखें स्टार्ट बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त हुआ, पावर प्ले का भरपूर फ़ायदा उठाया. कहीं वो मिडल ऑर्डर में जो स्लो हुआ रन रेट, क्या उसका फ़र्क पड़ सकता है?
टू बी ऑनेस्ट आई थिंक इतना नहीं फ़र्क पड़ा, क्योंकि हमने कैचअप कर लिया था, और आई थिंक कह सकते हैं कि 10 रन्स हम छोड़ थे. अनफॉर्चुनेटली रिजवान का थोड़ा सा सेटबैक हुआ, क्योंकि उसके बाद फिर नए बैट्समैन के जब जाता है तो उसके लिए थोड़ा सा इशू होता है. लेकिन मेरे ख्याल से शदाब ने जिस तरह रिकवर किया और जो पार्टनरशिप लगी उसकी और इरफान की, तो वो आउटस्टैंडिंग था. मेरे ख्याल से इन पिंडी आपको पता है कि 180 190 इससे पार स्कोर. सो यस, बैटिंग में तो हमने अच्छा किया.
साइम ने ऑब्वियसली आज अपॉर्चुनिटी का फ़ायदा उठाया. शादाब की यूटिलिटी की हम बात करते हैं, उनका PSL बहुत शानदार गुजरा. क्या ये हम देख सकते हैं कि ये फ्लक्चुएट होंगे, स्पेशली ज़्यादा ऊपर आने की तरफ बैठ?
देखें, डिपेंड ऑन सिचुएशन. आज भी हमने कोशिश की है कि सिचुएशन जो डिमांड कर रही थी उस नंबर पे उसे दाब शूट कर रहा था, तो उस टाइम पे हमने उसको भेजा और उसने एग्जीक्यूट किया अपना प्लान्स, और एज वी नो कि वो जब वो जाता है तो अपनी वो नेचुरल गेम खेलता है और उसको जो प्लान दिया जाता है वो जाके एग्जीक्यूट करता है। और जहाँ तक ये सामने बिल्कुल जिस तरह आज उसने स्टार्ट किया और जो हम डिमांड कर रहे थे और जो हमें रिक्वायर्ड था उसने करके दिखाया। और इंशाल्लाह आने वाले मैचेस में आपको और अच्छी उसकी बैटिंग और मैच्योरिटी नज़र आएगी।
ड्रॉप कैचेस का ऑब्वियसली फ़र्क तो पड़ता ही है, आज कुछ हुए उस तरफ से, बट मुझे ये बताएं कि बॉलिंग में अगर बॉल स्विंग ना कर रहा हो जैसे आज हमने देखा, क्या लगता है कि वो एक स्ट्रेंथ पाकिस्तान की है जिससे फ़र्क पड़ता है?
आई थिंक हमने स्टार्ट अच्छा किया फर्स्ट 6 ओवर और उसके बाद जब देखें आप कैच ड्रॉप करते हैं तो बिग डिफरेंस आ जाता है। और उसके आप सेट बैट्समैन का आप कैच छोड़ें और हमेशा चेकमैन हमारे अगेंस्ट ही वो परफॉर्म कर रहा है। और देखें उस ऐसे बंदे का आप कैच छोड़ेंगे तो वो आपसे मैच ले जाएगा। और मेरे ख्याल से आफ्टर 10 आवर्स वी हैव नॉट अप टू द मार्क इन द बॉलिंग। हमने जो प्लान किया हुआ था उस पर हमने बॉलिंग नहीं ये एक्सेप्ट करते हैं हम कि हमने उस पर बॉलिंग नहीं की, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे कि जो गलती हुई उसमें नेक्स्ट मैच में ना करें।
चलिए बाबर, tough loss tonight, but good luck for Lahore. He obviously spoke about the fact that in the batting they were happy with how Syme and him came out, made use of the first 6. He didn't quite say that the middle order was a bit of a concern. He spoke about how good Shadab has been and bringing his form through the PSL. Asked him about whether we will be seeing Shadab fluctuate through the order. He said that'll be purely situation dependent. Spoke about the drop catches and how they cost him. Also felt with the first 6 with the ball they were good, but towards the back end he was not happy with how the bowlers delivered. And again, a happy captain to my left. He said, you want to turn around in 24 hours. You said it'll have to be quick learning. Michael Bracewell, that was impressive.
Yeah, obviously really happy with the way that the guys put the learnings from last night into today.
You said quick learnings. Now, with an inexperienced side, and I'm talking about obviously with international cricket, how happy do you feel as captain when the guys come out all guns blazing, because there was intent from ball one with very smart cricket to follow?
Yeah, I was particularly impressed the way that the two debutants went tonight. It's a big occasion playing in front of a full crowd here, and I thought that they stood up to the mark really well, and it'll put us in good stead moving forward with guys getting more experience.
Even the bowling, you probably were under the pump in the first 6, but pulled it back quite nicely. Probably got them down to 7.5 runs and over between that 7 to 15. You think 178 was a little bit more, although you won, but you think you could have pulled them back further?
Yeah, I think the way that Ish bowled in the middle was outstanding. He's done that for a number of years for New Zealand, and it's great to see him keep performing the way that he's going. And then I think there was an over there from me that sort of went for a few, and then the guys right at the back end really brought it back, and we're probably pretty happy trying to chase 179.
179 might be a different story going into Lahore, different surface, but you'd be happy going in there with 1-1.
Yeah, well, I think the partnership between Foxy and Chappie was outstanding, and obviously Tim, the way that they got it going at the top of the order was brilliant, and it got us slightly ahead of the rate. And then, yeah, Chappie's been outstanding over here for a while now, and it's great to see him continue that form.
Well, great to see a brilliant turnaround from you guys. Good luck for going into Lahore, and congratulations on the win tonight.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
And that's all we have from the presentation. We'll see you in Lahore.
With that fabulous run chase, it means that it's all level going into Lahore. 7 wickets Pakistan won the second T20I, the third New Zealand returned the favour. Now we go to Lahore for the 4th and the 5th. And that means that when we go to Lahore on the 25th of April, it'll be all level. We'll join you there at Gaddafi Stadium, Lahore. The Pakistani viewers, well, they can stay on because the Pitch House studio will start very soon. The international viewers, that's it for now. Hopefully we'll join you again on the 25th. Goodbye from here.
Well, it's been a magnificent comeback by New Zealand in this Bank Kalpala Jazz T20 series between Pakistan and New Zealand. Pakistan making 178 for 4. Perhaps short of runs in the end. Shadab Khan at the top contributing with that 41. Babar amongst the runs. And in response, New Zealand making it look rather simple. Mark Chapman once again amongst the runs. He seems to love batting against Pakistan. In Pakistan, he scored heaps of runs, averaging 46 overall. And it's been quite a comeback by New Zealand, winning by 7 wickets in the end. Hello and welcome to Pitchside. Now, huge congratulations to New Zealand for the kind of comeback that they've done. They've managed to redeem themselves and they will now be entering the Lahore leg with a lot more confidence. For Pakistan, lots to reflect on, especially when you look at their batting. They perhaps felt that they would be short of runs. Also, their bowling as well. The Pacers were unable to deliver at a time when they were required. Some positives, though, when you talk about Pakistan's batting. Shadab Khan scored that 41 and that contribution was quite handy in the end when you look at that total. He also joins us in our studio today. Shadab and Arooj Mumtaz join me. Shadab, पहले तो मैच के ऊपर बात कर लेते हैं थोड़ा सा. 170 समथिंग जो पाकिस्तान ने किया. आपने ऑब्वियसली वहाँ बैटिंग की. आपको लगता है कि रन्स कम थे?
जी बिल्कुल, मुझे लगता है कि क्योंकि पिंडी की पिच जिस तरह की आपको पता है कि इधर कंटेन करना मुश्किल होता है, तो मुझे लगता है कि 200 रन्स कर सकते थे जिस तरह का हमारा स्टार्ट हो चुका था. मिडल में उन्होंने बॉलिंग अच्छी की. मुझे लगता है कि हमें ज़्यादा अच्छे तरीके से यूटिलाइज़ कर सकते थे वो चीज़.
फील्डिंग में भी कुछ लैप्सेस नजर आए पाकिस्तान की तरफ से. कुछ मौके थे जो हमने देखा. एक नहीं, काफ़ी मौके मिले थे पाकिस्तान को, तो वो 3 कैचेस ड्रॉप हुए.
देखिए, कैचेस विन मैचेस, आपको पता है ये तो, क्योंकि जब तक हम स्पेशली चैपमैन ऐसा प्लेयर है कि अगर उसके कैचेस ड्रॉप होंगे तो वो आपको, क्योंकि जिस तरह का उसका रिकॉर्ड है हमेशा से हमारे खिलाफ वो बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म करता है. तो आप जब ऐसे प्लेयर के कैचेस छोड़ेंगे स्पेशली ऐसी कंडीशन में, तो पे ऑफ करना पड़ता है.
ठीक है, फील्डिंग तो पाकिस्तान की ऑब्वियसली आज वाज़न्ट अप टू द मार्क, बट वन थिंग दैट वाज अप टू द मार्क वाज योर बैटिंग. और हम देख रहे हैं कि जब से पीएसएल से एक्चुअली आपका अपना फॉर्म जो है बैट के साथ वो भी नजर आ रहा है, बॉलिंग के साथ भी नजर आ रहा है. बट यू नो योर बैटिंग 1 डाउन इन पीएसएल, यू बीन कमिंग अप द ऑर्डर. और आज रिजवान जो थे वो इंजर हो गए तो आपको मौका दिया गया. क्या कह सकते हैं कि आपको वो जो टॉप ऑर्डर है उसमें बैटिंग करना पसंद है?
डेफिनेटली मुझे पसंद है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे आपके पास टाइम होता है कि आप अगर डॉट बॉल भी होते हैं तो आप बाद में कवर कर सकते हैं. तो आज अनफॉर्चुनेटली रिजवी भाई इंजर्ड हो गए थे, तो मुझे चांस मिला. लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह बात भी है कि फ्लोटर टाइप मुझे यूज़ किया जाएगा, तो उसमें भी मैं कंफर्टेबल हूँ. क्योंकि अगर मुझे फ्लोटर भी यूज़ किया जाता है, अगर मेरी वजह से अगर मैं अच्छी बैटिंग करूँगा तो डेफिनेटली मेरी टीम को फ़ायदा होगा कि हम एक्स्ट्रा बॉलर और एक्स्ट्रा बैट्समैन भी खिला सकते हैं. क्योंकि अगर मैं टॉप ऑर्डर में खेलता हूँ, जैसे हम इस्लामाबाद यूनाइटेड में हमारी स्ट्रेटजी यही थी कि अगर मैं परफॉर्म करता हूँ, नहीं भी करता, स्टिल हमारे पास वो ऑप्शन होता है कि हम कवर अप कर सकते हैं. तो डेफिनेटली मैं चाहता यही हूँ, लेकिन जब टीम की जहाँ ज़रूरत होती है तो एज ए प्रोफेशनल आपको वहाँ पर खेलना पड़ता है.
आई थिंक ऑन दैट आई एग्री विद शादाब जो बात करें, क्योंकि वो जितना एक्सपीरियंस है, आई थिंक 2020 या 2021 के पीएसएल से अपने आप को प्रमोट करें और कंसिस्टेंटली इस्लामाबाद के लिए 3 और 4 पे खेलते हैं. अच्छा, 3 और 4 पे खेलना अलग बात है, बट वहाँ परफॉर्म भी करना, तो उसमें भी कंसिस्टेंटली परफॉर्म करें. सो अभी मैंने बाबर से प्रेजेंटेशन पे भी पूछा था, फ्लोटर में भी आई थिंक थोड़ा सा और परमानेंट टॉप ऑर्डर का हिस्सा भी ये बन सकते हैं. क्योंकि जब हमने वो स्ट्राइक रेट्स की बात की, लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट T20 इज अबाउट स्ट्राइक रेट्स. शाहिद खान आफरीदी के बाद शादाब का पाकिस्तान में सबसे अच्छा स्ट्राइक रेट है. तो क्यों ना ऐसे बंदे को, जहां वो सबसे ज़्यादा इफेक्टिव है और वो रिपीटेडली कर चुका है. और जो दूसरी बात शादाब ने की कि अगर वो आउट भी हो जाता है, बॉलें ज़ाया नहीं होंगी, और प्लस आपके पास फिर भी वो नीचे फायर पावर है और वो एक्सपीरियंस है कि आपकी इनिंग संभल जानी चाहिए और फिर भी रन होने चाहिए. सो आई थिंक पाकिस्तान कैन लुक इनटू दिस. Now with the way the T20 game has evolved, you need players from start to finish to keep striking.
अच्छा, ये बताएं कि ऑब्वियसली आपने कहा है कि एक फ्लोटर के रोल की बात हो रही है कि जहाँ पे भी आपको भेजा जाएगा, जिस नंबर पे भी भेजा गया, लेकिन एक होता है ना कि एक प्लेयर की अपनी एक पर्सनल प्रेफरेंस भी होती है. तो मैं थोड़ा सा
आप कौन सा वाला जवाब चाहती हैं, मैं बता दूं.
मैं आपको उंगल करना चाहती हूँ. मैं उंगल करना चाहती हूँ, आपसे जवाब निकलवाना चाहती हूँ ताकि आप मुझे एग्जैक्ट आंसर दें. बिकॉज यू सी हर एक की हर प्लेयर का एक कंफर्ट जोन होता है जहाँ पे उनको पता होता है कि जी मैं टॉप 3 में ज़्यादा अच्छा कर लेता हूँ या मिडिल ऑर्डर में या लोअर मिडिल ऑर्डर में। तो आई एम श्योर कि आपका भी इस लिहाज से आपको ये ज़रूर फील होता होगा जिस तरह आपने पीएसएल में परफॉर्म किया है कि दिस इज़ अ स्पॉट दैट यू प्रेफर। इट डजंट मीन कि आप बाकी नंबर्स पे परफॉर्म नहीं कर सकते, इट जस्ट मीन्स कि इस नंबर पे आप ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल हो।
देखिए मैं 1 डाउन और 2 डाउन खेला हूँ पीएसएल में, तो मुझे लगता है मैं ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल हूँ वहाँ पे। लेकिन वही दोबारा वही सेम बात है कि फ्लोटर के तौर पर भी मुझे यूज़ किया जाए तो उसमें भी मुझे कोई इशू नहीं है, क्योंकि उसमें भी अगर मुझे चांस मिलता है तो स्टिल वही प्लानिंग होगी कि अगर मेरे रन्स होते हैं, क्योंकि मैं ऐसा प्लेयर हूँ कि मैं क्विक रन्स करूँगा और जिससे टीम को ज़्यादा, क्योंकि कभी कभार आपको इम्पैक्टफुल इनिंग्स चाहिए होती है और मोस्टली आजकल की T20 क्रिकेट में जो स्ट्राइक रेट की बात की गई है वो इम्पैक्टफुल इनिंग की वजह से होगा। अगर आप इम्पैक्टफुल इनिंग्स नहीं खेलेंगे, कंसिस्टेंट रन्स करना मुझे लगता है T20 में मुश्किल नहीं है, लेकिन इम्पैक्टफुल इनिंग्स खेलना मुश्किल है।
बिल्कुल, और इम्पैक्ट करने के लिए आपका स्ट्राइक रेट जैसे कि अरूज ने बताया कि यू नो इट्स द सेकंड बेस्ट एवर फॉर पाकिस्तान, व्हिच इज़ व्हाई अरूज के जब आप देखते हो कि किसी का ऐसा स्ट्राइक रेट है, तो डोंट यू वांट हिम टू बी फेसिंग द मैक्सिमम अमाउंट ऑफ बॉल्स। बट एनीवे लेट्स कैरी द डिस्कशन। आप कुछ पूछना चाह रही थी?
नहीं, एज अपोज टू आपकी बात में कंटिन्यू कर लूं, एज अपोज टू पुटिंग हिम इन अ डिफिकल्ट सिचुएशन जहाँ मैच फंसा हुआ या मैच जिताना, सो आई स्टिल फील, और अभी हमने वो ग्राफिक भी देखा कि आफरीदी के बाद शादाब का 140 का स्ट्राइक रेट, और शादाब हम ये बात इसलिए भी करें क्योंकि पाकिस्तान के पे एक ही प्लेयर ऐसा है जिसकी हिस्ट्री में 140 से ऊपर स्ट्राइक रेट है, शाहिद खान आफरीदी। अब आप वहाँ पहुँचे, आपका 139 था इससे पहले, बट उसके अलावा बाकी जो बड़ी टीम है, जो ब्रांड ऑफ क्रिकेट T20 जिस तरह आपने भी बात की कि इम्पैक्टफुल खेलती हैं, उनके पास 5, 6, 7 इस किस्म के प्लेयर हैं। तो जनरली जो ब्रांड ऑफ क्रिकेट अब इवॉल्व हो रही है, आपको कहाँ लगता है कि पाकिस्तान को कौन से ऐसे शोबे में करना पड़ेगा कि हम वो T20 टाइटल्स लिफ्ट करना शुरू करें?
लेकिन कुछ ना कुछ हमारे से गलती हो रही है कि हम इतना करीब आके हम जो चीज़ें नहीं जीत पा रहे, तो डेफिनेटली कुछ हमारी मिस्टेक्स हैं और मुझे लगता है कि वो आइडेंटिफाई कर ली गई हैं। और जितना ज़्यादा जल्दी हम, क्योंकि अब वर्ल्ड कप सर पे आ गया और हमारे पास इतना टाइम नहीं है, तो हमें प्लेयर आइडेंटिफाई कर लेने चाहिए कि हमारे पास ये प्लेयर्स हैं, ये पूल है और ये इस स्टेज पर और जो भी इनको सिचुएशन दी जाएगी वो परफॉर्म करेंगे, क्योंकि नंबर 5, 6, 7 ये सबसे हार्ड जॉब है T20 क्रिकेट में, क्योंकि कभी कभार आपको सिचुएशन ऐसी मिलती है कि आपको बॉल 1 से जाके आपको अच्छे स्ट्राइक रेट के साथ परफॉर्म करना पड़ता है, और कभी कभार ऐसा होता है कि आपकी अर्ली विकेट गिर चुकी होती हैं और आपने टीम को पूरा संभालना होता है। तो मुझे लगता है जो ये नंबर्स हैं सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है, और इसके लिए हम कोशिश भी कर रहे हैं कि वो प्लेयर्स आइडेंटिफाई, जिस तरह अब न्याजी आया है वो ऐसे नंबर पे परफॉर्म करके आया है, तो हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि उसको एक अच्छा रन दे दें ताकि हमें भी उस पर कॉन्फिडेंस हो और उसका टेम्परामेंट भी देखा जाए कि इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में, क्योंकि इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट टेम्परामेंट की गेम है, तो जिसका अच्छा टेम्परामेंट होता है वो इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट अच्छा
9 मैच रह गए, अब ये कोशिश जल्दी से कर लें।
देखिए मेरे पे आए तो मैं तो भी कर रहा हूँ।
नहीं, हम किसी को ब्लेम नहीं कर रहे,
ब्लेम करना भी नहीं चाहिए।
पॉजिटिव डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं।
हम पॉजिटिव कंस्ट्रक्टिव एक डिस्कशन चल रही है। आगे आयरलैंड और इंग्लैंड के खिलाफ मैचेस हैं और इंग्लैंड की टीम काफी तगड़ी है। आई थिंक होपफुली तब तक काफी चीजें फिगर आउट हो जाएंगी। ये सारी जो हमारी डिस्कशन हो रही है कि कौन कहाँ खेलेगा, क्या नंबर्स होंगे, ऑफ कोर्स फ्लोटर जिसे कहते हैं वो तो होता ही है मैच के मुताबिक, बट देन एक स्ट्रैटेजी तो होनी चाहिए बिफोर द वर्ल्ड कप।
देखिए मुझे लगता है कि अभी भी ना थोड़ा हमें टाइम देना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मैनेजमेंट चेंज हुई है। हर मैनेजमेंट की अपनी एक माइंडसेट होता है कि वो किस माइंडसेट के साथ खेल रहे हैं। जो अभी अज्जू भाई आए हैं, जो हमारे हेड कोच आएंगे, क्योंकि वो नेक्स्ट सीरीज़ में हमें ज्वाइन करेंगे, उनके साथ हमने कभी काम नहीं किया, उन्होंने ना हमें देखा हुआ है, ओबियसली टीवी पे देखा होगा, लेकिन एज ए पर्सन मुझे नहीं लगता कि हम लोग कुछ ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं जो उनसे मिले हों, तो काफ़ी मुश्किल हो जाता है कि प्लेयर और कोच की साइकी समझना भी। और डेफिनेटली जब वो आएंगे तो हमारे पास इतना टाइम नहीं है, तो हमें कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि जितनी ज़्यादा जल्दी, और डेफिनेटली उनके पास इतना टाइम भी नहीं है कि वो ज़्यादा टाइम ले सकें, तो जल्दी से जल्दी हमें सब चीज़ें आइडेंटिफाई कर लेनी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, ये सारी चीज़ें पहले फिगर आउट करनी पड़ेंगी। बट थैंक यू सो मच शादाब फॉर योर टाइम। रावलपिंडी का जो सफ़र है ख़त्म होता है, नाउ विल बी मूविंग टू द लाहौर लेग। We're going to take a short break, and when we do come back, we'll be having a closer look at what went wrong for Pakistan and obviously what went right for New Zealand. So don't go anywhere. Back on pitch side, and New Zealand have one too many reasons to be happy today. They've won the third T20 international here at Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, and we will be moving to Lahore Gaddafi Stadium for the remaining games. I've been joined now by Chris Harris. Chris, well done to New Zealand. This is exactly the kind of fight back that we expected from them, and really it was set up nicely in the end with that performance by Mark Chapman.
Yeah, it was a superb performance. We said after the second T20 that they're going to have to go away and learn quickly, and boy, what a superb performance. Not only to win, but to win comfortably. Yep. I talked about senior players having to stand up and hopefully having some cameo performances from some of the younger or emerging players. Well, Mark Chapman, absolutely magnificent senior player, just stood up. I mean, that was a magnificent T20 innings. He loves it here. He scored 100 here not long ago, 2 years ago. And then come back, and he just loves playing in Pakistan. And I thought Tim Seifert and Tim Robinson at the top of the order set up the innings for New Zealand. There's obviously lots to talk about from a bowling performance, which I thought was really good with 2 debutants, but a superb performance from New Zealand after what we saw 2 nights or 1 night ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Chapman, you know, he seemed to have taken a liking towards Pakistan. Over 400 runs against Pakistan, averaging 46, 160 is a strike rate. I mean, the numbers are looking great, which is why he's also our master blaster for today.
Yeah, this particular love affair with Pakistan is something what New Zealand will want to continue. He came out quite assured. He came out when they were a few wickets down. But again, look at that clean striking. That is what is impressive. The control with his ball striking. And he's very, very assured of where the ball is going. So I think it was a innings of authority. And like Chris said, more importantly, to get them over the line. Yeah, played to all parts, swept well, and in particular looked really impressive when he hit down the ground. That's where 3 of his 4 sixes came from. He nudged the ball around quite nicely, and in the end he picked up the, 9 fours and 4 sixes, 207 the strike rate, and that's how you play T20 cricket to win games.
Do you see him in the T20 World Cup squad at all, Chris?
Absolutely. When you look at this side, I mean, there's 15 top players that aren't here, but Mark Chapman, for me, through his last couple of years and his performance, is certainly one that will be in the side for me. I mean, he's typical of the modern T20 player, their ability to score all around the ground, yep, and his ability to hit sixes. And he came in from ball 1 or ball 2 and just played magnificently, positively, looked to hit boundaries if he couldn't hit boundaries. What also he does very well is run between the wickets. I mean, they picked up so many 2s when it went to the outfield, and that just helps take pressure off. And I was also very impressed with Dean Foxcroft, only playing in his second T20 international, was put under pressure, didn't score very quickly. His run rate was probably slow, but then he pulled it back. And I mean, to be part of a 100-run partnership, that's going to win you more games than most. So absolutely see Mark Chapman part of this New Zealand T20 World Cup side.
And deservedly so, the way he's been batting. When Pakistan, when they were batting, it seemed like they were cruising in that power play, but then there was a bit of a stop-start situation from them with the game slowed down and a couple of soft dismissals as well. Let's have a look at the fall of wickets.
Simon Babar, they came out. Simon in his fashion started off. He had a couple of chances, but it wasn't long before his wicket fell for 32. And then came in Mohammad Rizwan Sodhi with that wicket. Rizwan was having a tough outing. On the other end, Babar Azam was under pressure as well. He slashed 1 to backward point for 37. And then Usman Khan, maybe 1 too many again. Another opportunity for him. It was Sodhi again with his second wicket. Good sharp catch for Duffy. Shadab Khan, he was the one who provided all the runs towards the backhand, and then he lost his wicket for 41.
Well, lots of opportunities given to some of the new players of New Zealand. It makes it an interesting case as to what the final 11 will be. When you're talking about the bowling of New Zealand, what do you think? Who do you think is really going to make it into that 11? Not 11, well, the squad for the T20 World Cup.
It's going to be tough for the bowlers here. I mean, when you look at what's been left behind, Tim Southey, Trent Bolt, Adam Milne, Lockie Ferguson, but there is an opportunity for one or two of these seamers to definitely be in the squad. I was so impressed with Will O'Rourke's had a taste of international cricket. We've seen that at test matches and one-day cricket, he's a fine bowler. So a little bit easier for him because he's had a taste of it. But thought he bowled well and he had to bowl some difficult overs. He'll feel as though he was a little bit expensive. But Zach Folkes as well, I thought, in his first outing, he would have loved to have got a wicket and go for a few less runs, but I thought again he bowled tough overs at the top, and I thought his last 3 balls of the innings really meant that New Zealand took momentum into the break. I thought he bowled superbly under pressure. I mean, I think he went for 39 or 40, but I thought it was a really, really good first outing. But it's going to be very tough for any of these players to get into that T20 World Cup side. But there's a couple of opportunities to make the squad.
I think the real question, though, for Pakistan, Arooj, is not really about who plays, because there are certain players that are a given. The likes of Shadab, he's done really well in the PSL, come back. And then, of course, Babar is there. But when you talk about that top 3, it's a conundrum. Where does Mohammad Rizwan slot in? Because you're looking at maximizing those top 3 in terms of their role, their contributions, a lot of conjecture around strike rates as well. Where does Mohammad Rizwan play, or does he play at all? Because you've got to ask these questions at some point.
True.
You're looking at your best 11, so I'm asking you.
And you want to ask these questions now, not at the eve of the practice game for the T20 World Cup. Let me lay the groundwork here for you, right? You're talking about the top 3 or the top 4. Now, Rizwan and Babar's strike rate since 2020 in the power play is 122. 122 and 122. Usman Khan, yes, sample size is small. He's only got 25 or 23 innings in that top 3, strikes are at 144 plus, right? So it's about getting ahead of the game. It's about the brand of cricket that we have to play. Shadab made a good point when he was here as well. So now, if we want Usman to bat at 3, where I would slot him in, does Rizwan make the cut for 4? With the way Shadab's playing, I think Shadab comes in at 4. Then comes your question, does Rizwan even make the team? Does he play in your first 11? And Usman can keep wicket. Yes, he dropped one sharp catch today, fair enough, but that's something that Pakistan can work on. So, again, it's about the strike rates. They matter the most up the order. You saw the 2 Tims from New Zealand come hard at us. So that's what I am talking about. Shadab Khan, we saw the strike rate at 140. Saim, we know, will not waste balls. And even if Usman loses his wicket at 3, we've got enough firepower. We've got the Shadabs, we've got Iftikhar, we've got Azam, we've got Imad Wasim, we've got all of those guys. Even Irfan Khan Niazi was impressive. We've got all of those guys to still get us over the line. The problem is, can we afford 2 guys who strike rate at 122 in that power play?
Well, there you heard it. I think there's plenty to think for that think tank in the Pakistan cricket side, because they have a lot of options at this point of time to see who slots in where. But we'll be talking more about that after the short break. back on pitch side, and the Pakistan Pacers went for plenty today. Lots of pace there, but they weren't very effective. Whereas the New Zealand bowling attack, you've got to say that they put up quite a show today, especially with the amount of speeds that we saw on showcase. Let's have a look at the fastest delivery of the game. Well, you had Will O'Rourke. He's the debutant at 144, right at the top. Behind him, but Naseem Shah is quite expensive today. He's got speed, but obviously couldn't execute his line and length properly today. But then you've got Will O'Rourke once again at 4 and 5, 141.5 at 4, and 141 at that number 5 spot as well. Right, so the Rawalpindi leg has ended, and it's ended after that first T20 match was washed out. Pakistan won the second one. New Zealand has now won the third one. And now the series moves to Lahore, which makes it really interesting, Arooj, because now the series has been levelled.
Well, the series has been levelled. It probably just puts New Zealand slightly on the back foot because it'll be different conditions. The Lahore wicket never as easy to bat on. So, again, the younger, internationally younger side will take a little bit of time. They were very quick to learn, but Pakistan under the pump. Remember, Pakistan is playing a full-strength side, full-strength batting side, full-strength bowling side, and that is just a little bit of spot or bother.
I have to disagree. I think New Zealand have got on the front foot because we've come with all the momentum. We've just won. We've won well after a poor performance. So they're going to be going to Lahore with full of confidence. So I think
They'll actually be brilliant. If that's the case, that'll be brilliant because it just applies more pressure on Pakistan, not allowing them any breathing room and to get their homework done ahead of time as opposed to, again, like when Shadab says, during the Ireland and the England World T20 series.
Well, I think it'll be different conditions altogether, so there will be a bit of adjustment required, but New Zealand can take a lot of confidence from the way they played. Lahore, as a venue, you've seen a lot of games there, you've seen how the pitches play. What's your prediction then for the next one?
Yeah, it won't be roads like in Islamabad. Yesterday was a difficult surface, but the ball will grip and turn a little bit. They won't be as high scoring. It'll be interesting to see what Pakistan has asked for in terms of the surface, wanting to replicate the conditions they will be playing at. So, but again, I think Pakistan has themselves to blame with the strategies and the kind of performances they've put up. And they should be quicker to adapt to their home conditions as opposed to New Zealand. So. But it should be a good fight, and Pakistan would want to come out. Last time, remember, they drew the series to aside. I'm sure Pakistan will want to come out on a win. Not again a draw. Come on, Chris. No.
Look, I absolutely think the confidence they've gained from this, and I agree, I think 2-2 sounds good to me. It'll be a good result. But I totally agree. The confidence the younger players have got from this performance, particularly, as I said, after a really poor performance. Yep. Really impressed with the two openers today. Great intent, got the side off to a great start. Mark Chapman, obviously sensational. Yep. We've seen him do it before, though, and hopefully he'll continue with that form. But also, Dean Foxcross I was impressed with. He was under pressure because his run rate wasn't good enough, but then he stuck it out with Mark Chapman, and that became a match-winning partnership. So, and I thought all the bowlers were exceptional. Ish Sodhi again. Look, the only one area I think we need to improve, in all honesty, was some mistakes in the field, which could have been costing, could have cost us the match. We dropped Shadab and Urib, I think, in the second over. 2 catches that you'd expect at this level to be taken. So that's one area they'd like to improve. But I firmly believe the confidence they gained from this match has put them in great stead heading to Lahore.
Well, Pakistan returned the favour by dropping those catches equally when they were out there in the field. So it was fair play in the end. All right, thank you so much, Chris, and thank you so much, Arooj. Once again, it's always been a pleasure to have both of you here. Let's have a look at what we have ahead in this Bank Al-Falah presents Jazz T20 series between Pakistan and New Zealand. We meet you once again on the 25th. There's a bit of a gap now. We'll be taking a bit of a breather and then meeting you on Thursday at 6:50 p.m. Fantastic game of cricket. The crowd in Pindi has been amazing as always. So huge thank you to you for coming out in huge numbers, and a huge congratulations to New Zealand. But that's pretty much all that we have for you from here. We'll see you guys in Lahore.
Yeah, people!